Hey, hey. Yo. Okay. Thomas Peterson. Not Jordan Peterson, but Thomas Peterson. Very good. So, yeah, welcome back everybody. I just get my cereal energy bomb so that I have enough carbohydrates in my brain for the run. And a coffee, which I just bought myself. Nothing over a good coffee, guys. So good. Okay. So let's do it. Let's see what the Spire has in line for us. Not much, yeah. Colorless card or gold? Slime boss is whatever. MG doesn't mind the 100 gold with a decent path. You mean with a decent path going into a shop? Well, yeah, I wouldn't mind that as well, I guess. We see elite, fire elite, and 3 elites on the right path. That's also the only one which gives you fire elite. Otherwise, you would need to do the elite not with the fire, which is certainly much worse. So there are 3 elites on the right. The first elite being quite late is also beneficial, and the other 2 elites being very late is also beneficial. Like always, I don't want to take a burning elite before slime boss because I want to not die against the slime boss. Therefore, I want to have both potions available in the slime boss fight. Okay. So, Yeah. What about 3 enemies into question mark, into shop, into fire, into question mark, into elite, elite, elite? With fire in between. Sounds like a plan. This shop also being able to refill potions if he really received 0 potions in all 3 fights. We can actually maybe top up the one or the other potion. And I also like, of course, shop after question mark much more because of Serpent. Okay. So... update on what I'm doing. I can update you via Twitch. I also see the color is cut. Is Peaceman a little bit drunk? He tries to get a reaction. Well, in order to receive a reaction, you actually need to contribute some reasonable stuff. Okay. Which is not exactly true because he actually received a reaction regardless. But that is an exception. Okay. So, the 100 gold. Yeah, let's take that. I think the pathing is relatively clear. Ja. I do have concerns that the jawworm. I do have concerns that the jawworm deals a lot of damage. Okay, here's the deal. We can either take the guaranteed kill, or we can say we save 5 life. And okay. So the jawworm either attacks for 12 again, he cannot attack for 17 again. Either he buffs or he attacks for 12. If he buffs, then we kill him. Then we save 5 life. And if he attacks for 12, the worst thing which can actually happen is that we lose 7. The worst. Most likely not. I don't know. It's close. So, do we always kill if he buffs? We bring it to 3, then it goes to 12, and then we kill it. We kill it if we draw at least 2 strikes. I mean... we probably do that. I mean, 2 strikes the turn after, I mean. Yeah, we probably do that. So, if he attacks for 12, do we also always kill it? Yeah. Also, if you only block with 1 block, then we certainly kill it afterwards, yeah. No, I think the block is better. Yeah, I think the block is better. Hope you enjoyed your coffee. No, I bought the coffee, and now I'm actually enjoying it. I just made myself, yeah. I should actually chill a little bit more, because I still have a bowl of cereals in front of me, which ought to be consumed, and I also still have a full cup of coffee, which also ought to be enjoyed. Beautiful. But we can also enjoy that slowly. It seems that we saved ourselves 5 life, by the way, guys. Yeah, just saying. By the way, bash is also enough. It's 2 strikes or bash, which would have been enough. Yeah. So we actually had quite a big variety of things which do save us these 5 life here. Now that's a difficult pick here. We can either pick the Cleave or we can pick the Twin Strike. If it would be Hexaghost or Guardian, I think I would tendenциally shift towards the Twin Strike, because it also keeps Perforated Strike open and is also a little bit more damage output on a single target. Against the Slime Boss, I think Cleave is slightly more potent than the Twin Strike, and I think also generally Cleave is the better card. So unless early Cleave is good, good is a big word, but we can take it probably. But then we can also not take Perforated Strike. But okay. Yeah. Peaceman, man. I thought these are your last words. And now they are not. So. You couldn't resist, bro. Yeah. No worries, man, no worries. Get sober. Okay. We do have here going to 9. Hey Toby, what's up, man? Yeah, so we can take 2 or not. Yeah, that's our option here. This is 60% attacking, this is always attacking. Cleave and Strike is killing the big one. Yeah. If you get Cleave. Cleave and Strike, but then we don't kill this anyways. So might as well block, you know. Did I mess it up now? Should have targeted this so that we it's difficult. Because then this can hit us, and this only has a 60% to attack again. So I don't know. If you want to play it completely safe, I would strike this. Then, you know, no, I don't know. Weird. Actually weird. It depends on different factors. It depends on whether we draw Cleave. It also depends on whether this will attack or not. If this is the draw, we played it perfect. I mean, I guess we couldn't know, but... But yeah. I like it. Pretty cool. Yeah, still no potion yet. Still to come. This is also a different pick as well. Yeah, because we can pick Shrug It Off. But successfully navigated the Laos fight, yeah. So we have Iron Wave and Shrug It Off. Of course, Shrug It Off is the better card in a vacuum, isolated. And the reason for that is simply that Shrug It Off is representing around 11.5 stats and Iron Wave is only representing 10 stats. Let's make Shrug It Off representing 12 later and Iron Wave, well, 10. If you give a little bit bony, because it's like a split damage card, it's maybe 11. So that's still -1. But the problem is, or the thing is, it's better against the knob. Sure, I mean, that's obvious, right? So... And against the knob? I mean, I don't know. I think I'm tending towards the Shrug It Off regardless. I don't know. I guess because it's so potent in Also it's certainly more potent in the Lagavulin fight, it doesn't matter, right? Yeah, they are probably both are equally good. And against the Nob, of course, this is better. But against any hallway fight, this is probably slightly... Is it even? Yeah, it's probably slightly better, not much, a little bit. And against the cubes, this is certainly better. But also not insanity, but strong. So what? You see that we still have no potions and the Nob is to come. Yeah, but we have another fight, which can give us card or potion. Then we have another question mark, which can give us power or gold. Then we have a shop, which can give us potion, card or relic. Then we have a campfire where we can top up our cards. Then we have another question mark, which can make us stronger. And then we face the Nob. I mean, we are on floor 2. And then if this is not Nob, then there is another chest which makes us strong again, and this fight also gives us card and relic and potion. It's hard to justify Iron Wave pick over Shrug It Off, right? But triple elite is not an option. We take triple elite. The path gives us triple elite. Shrug It Off is also so much more potent if there is corruption. I mean, you're not advising me to take the inferior card only because there is something which, like, only because Nob exists, right? Also, like this, we can still take Perfect Strike, because then Perfect Strike is single target and Cleave is AoE. Once you took the Iron Wave, this is not possible any longer. Yeah, clean fight. Here's your Nob potion. Talking about which. What's the card against Lagavulin? Interesting. And only if you draw it in the first 2 draws. Otherwise it's also really bad. Even if you draw it in the second draw, it's still not good. Actually, it's not even good against Lagavulin, truth to be told. It would be good against Guardian, but against the Slime Boss, it's also debatable. If you would already have a Metallicize, the Barricade would be considerably better against the Slime Boss. Ted says Headbutt Cleave. Naja, Headbutt Cleave. It's more about that Headbutt is doing more damage on our base attack cards while reading attack. Which would then again be good against the Slime Boss, because before we activate him or before we proc him, we can actually put the biggest damage card with a Headbutt on top of our deck beforehand. Or against a Nob where we actually need cards which read attack, Headbutt is an attack and also puts a card which reads the attack on top of our deck. That could be a Bash, for example. Yeah. So, probably. Yeah. I mean, if it's not Barricade, and I currently do not exactly see what could justify a Barricade. Honestly, it looks like Barricade might just be that curse we don't want for quite a while. We do not have ship relics, nor do we have imperviouses. So I think that is quite a clear Headbutt. Yeah. He smiles with a smiling grin and shouts loudly. I got you. I got you before the shop. I got you, my friend. My friend, I got you. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, this is freaking sadness. I think we cannot take his offer. We are probably leaving into the shop, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't even know what we could get out of this, you know. What we could get out of this is... I mean, no, I would like to talk about this. I mean, 75 is kind of a good threshold. We can still purchase all the common relics and all the shop relics. So 245 really only enables us to buy some uncommon relics. And not even all. Yeah, it's like most of them we cannot even buy. So... I don't even know. I mean, we are at a gold total where it's very juicy to take the remove, you know. Because with 170 we can still probably buy all the common relics and all the shopping relics. Unless they cost 171 or 172. But the uncommon relics we might not be able to purchase anyways. Right? So, yeah. So I think we should probably take him up on his offer. We also already drafted 2 attacks. So I think that also justifies removing an attack as well. Yeah. What, we get 25 gold? No, we get a little bit more than that. We also received the option to double remove. Just saying. I mean, if you remove now, we also get another option to remove again. If the relics in the shop are crap. Which is not completely unlikely. Yeah. So... I mean, okay, the idea is that the shop relic is usually good. But something like an Orichalcum, I don't even know whether... yeah. So... keep also in mind this 25 gold per future remove. Each. So I just wonder what I would not like to see. How good is double remove here? Naja, double remove is always good if the relics in the shop are garbage, you know. Then I can definitely see ourselves certainly, yeah, let's remove. Yeah, unless you're telling me that we might have wanted to purchase the Hand of... I mean, keep in mind that something like a feat we could have purchased, right? So something like a Hand of Greed we could not purchase, but I don't even know about the Hand of Greed. And keep also in mind that the remove is also worth something, right? So if you ask me whether it's better to remove 3 cards or take Hand of Greed, you know, I mean, or 2 cards, Hand of Greed, yeah. So what? Inflaming Red Rage, what the heck? No, we are not buying Rage. For 75 gold, come on guys. M just says Inflame and Remove seems solid, also interesting, right? We are not interested in the pellets right now, right? I mean, without any kind of power that seems weird at best. If you point out that Inflame is on sale, you have a point. Inflame is indeed on sale. And Inflame is also indeed very good against Slime Boss because you can set it up and it counts for the entire fight, for the entirety of the fight. And the same goes against Lagavulin, and also against Nob you can play it. You can play it without buffing the Nob. It's not bad. Yeah. So the pellets alone is really weird. I'm paying 158 for something which is doing exactly nothing currently is something we shouldn't do. So if you remove, can we remove an attack? Yeah, we already picked 2 attack cards, so I guess that's possible. Sure. Do we have an upgrade? What do we upgrade? Usually Cleave is stunned upgrade. I think we could do that. Could also upgrade Inflame. Maybe that's better, stronger. Well, I don't know. Maybe. Somebody is also suggesting that we use our remaining gold to maybe buy something else as well. 117, or what is that? Yeah. Okay. So we could not buy the attack potion. Somebody suggested that, right? But we cannot. Oh, Sarius, thanks for the wisdom. Yeah, but the wisdom is actually put on hold for 10 minutes. Maybe in 10 minutes we get some new wisdom. Okay. My question would be what we would actually like to remove. If we... Yeah, we can remove Strike, right? That's not overly... Is it weird to remove a Strike here? Defend is worse. Yeah. For now. For now, it's worse against the slime boss. It's worse against the Nob. It might even be worse against the Lagavulin. I don't know, because we actually are quite quick with the killing. That being said, this is also kind of an attack, you know. So we picked already 1, 2, 3 attacks. We removed 1 strike. Now we remove another one. I actually do not mind removing strikes. Yeah. Because defense can also empower second wind. I don't say that we pick second wind. But also mostly notable is also corruption. Right? So stuff like that. And if you have already cleave for slime boss, even if you do not proc him very low, we can still use cleave against the slime boss. If that makes sense. And what doesn't Inflame speak for keeping strike, not removing? It's not so clear, because the question here we should ask ourselves is a little bit different. We are not comparing 6 damage to 5, and then we say, hey, is 6 damage better or is 5 block better? And then we have an Inflame and suddenly this is 8 damage and this is 5. And now we are suddenly saying, hey, 8 is better than 6, therefore the decision is much easier now. The question here is an inherent different one. The question here is it good enough to go through this act? Yeah. Do we survive if we remove a strike? And if we do remove a strike, and if we do survive, if we remove a strike, we should do so. Yeah. And the Inflame inherently increases the likelihood that we just win, even if you would remove a strike, because Inflame is a good card. Yeah. So Inflame helps in the cube fight, it helps in the Lagavulin fight a lot, and it also helps in the Nob fight. It also helps in the slime boss fight. So because we have Inflame, let's say there would be a card which would give your attack cards. Yeah, I mean you get the point. It's pretty clear, right? So removing strikes makes us happier to add more attacks. And are we happy to add more attacks, or? Well, probably, right? I mean, that's usually the idea, to remove strikes on the Ironclad and not defense, because the Ironclad has much more attacks as options to be picked than blocks. Blocks on the Ironclad are pretty much rocket off, and then we already go into the uncommon slot. Powers through Flame Barrier, stuff like this. Yeah. So what perfect strike might exist? We are not picking any perfect strike here. Like, not at all. Okay. So, it's only against an op, and against an op we have Fire Potion. I think we can just remove strike. And on the other hand, there are many attacks you want to pick. Immolate, even with Cleave already, Immolate is a pick. Whirlwind could be a pick. Hemo can be a pick. Carnage can be a pick. But just also in the common slot. Anger, it's already close, but we could consider it. Sword Boomerang, if you have the Inflame, I would consider it. Pommel Strike, anyways. Iron Wave with the Inflame, probably it's a yes. You know, right? So, yeah. Where are we at? Yeah, we are at deciding what we would like to upgrade. And against the cubes, we already have Cleave. But this Cleave being upgraded would be quite more helpful. Oh. You like the Inflame upgrade? The Inflame upgrade is doing definitely less against the cubes than the Cleave upgrade. Against the Lagavulin, the Inflame is doing slightly more. Against the Knob, I wouldn't say that this is doing more, because we have Fire Potion. Therefore, we won't have that many damage inflictions. Against any advanced hallway, Cleave is certainly better. Yeah. And again, against the cubes, this is doing quite more. What, Inflame also upgrades Cleave? Yeah, sure, but by 1 damage. And if we upgrade the Cleave, we upgrade Cleave by 3 damage. Proto-Cherry Feet likes the Bash upgrade, personally. Interesting. Against the cubes, Bash is doing nothing. Against the Lagavulin, it's not even that infinitely better, but slightly. Sure. And okay, then against Knob, again, like, because of the Fire Potion, we probably do not benefit from the Bash as much as we would usually do. So, and I think the Cleave becomes quite better if you upgrade it. There's also, yeah, I don't know. It looks better to me to upgrade the Cleave here. Scored by Flames. You don't want to tell me that these might possibly be cubes. Did we not just upgrade the Cleave? That is so interesting, guys. That is so freaking interesting. So instead of becoming complete garbage, we probably prevail in that fight. Oh. Okay. Interesting. It's, by the way, a floor 7 Advanced Adventurer. It's the first. It's the earliest we can have. It's earlier than any elite fight. Usually you do not have this before the elite fights. What buff says Inflame is better, as you will play more than 3-to-1 ratio of Cleave to other attacks? No, that's the wrong way to think about it. Because first of all, I wouldn't even be so certain that that's even true. And second of all, you also need to check that this is not being deployed at the beginning of the fight. This is being deployed once you draw it. So yes, if you have this innated, I would probably upgrade it, but it's not innated, you know. There's no keyword that it starts in your starting hand. Hey, Icarium, thanks very much for your sub, man. Yes, I'm also very excited for more Ironclad action, absolutely. Now we take 4 elites in Act 1. Yeah, right. It's pretty much that. And I'm so happy that we upgraded the cleave. Hey Papa Ratto, what's up, man? Okay, so, okay, the inflame is clear. I don't think we need to discuss this. One defend is also clear, and now we can either put defend or strike. So, what is good and why? Cleave is currently 13 damage, and we are very looking forward to kill 1 cube next turn. If you need the fire potion for that, I know, we wanted to have the fire potion for the knob, I get it. But we didn't see, also we have already 50%, we have 50% behind the potion. And we receive a relic and a card. So, I think I would use the fire potion in order to prevent 10 and kill a cube here. Unless you tell me we can kill this cube clean without a fire potion. So let's take a look. 31. If you take the strike, if you play this strike, right? 31. 31, cleave is 13, so that makes 18, and headbutt and strike is just insufficient. No, it's exactly sufficient. Perfect. So, yeah, we could do something like this. Cleave, headbutt, strike, cleave on top, preserving the fire potion. Is it possible to fight cubes immediately after this fight? Absolutely it is. Yeah. Okay, I believe we keep our options open by playing this strike. Yeah. Am I talking myself into something? Maybe. At the same time, I mean, how important is it to preserve it? Let's see. What would be the alternate if you actually are willing to use the fire potion? Then I would block here. Yeah, and if we draw like garbage, we would what? Strike, headbutt, shrug it off, or strike, headbutt, defend, and fire potion. Okay, can we get some clarity on this fire potion here? Like, what is the fire potion effectively doing for us or against us? But I guess the fire potion means that we save ourselves to deal the damage and can instead block instead, right? So the fire potion represents like 15 life here in this fight. So I guess the question here is, okay, do we need that against the knob? I mean, usually, if you... Also against the Lagavulin, we don't need the fire potion. So it's really literally only against the knob or against other cubes, right? Or against the next cubes. But if it's against the next cubes, we might just use it here as well, right? I mean, so we're literally only talking about knob. And against the knob, this might save us more. It will probably save us more. It will probably save us more. Yeah, it's just true, right? It's just matter of fact. Yeah. It will save us more against the knob, most likely. Oh. If we do not find another potion, that is. And I think we can just assume the burst and then adjust accordingly. Okay. So that was pretty crappy here. Now if we shrug it off into cleave, that doesn't really matter that much. So now I'm actually thinking that 27. That is so sad. We could shrug it off. But shrug it off, cleave fire potion would be very clean. I don't think... I mean, if I get cleave, I would cleave headbutt. I would definitely cleave headbutt then. And then cleave again and then just clean everything. Yeah. Shrug it off, cleave, headbutt on this guy. Next turn, cleave again, fight is solved. We took 12. I'm just currently thinking whether headbutting a daze is just more effective. That's all. But I don't think so. Because if you headbutt, shrug it off, block, then we cannot kill this guy next turn. Yeah. So we cannot even, like, yeah. And if you do not draw it, well, then we can discuss, you know. Then we can say, okay, we could kill this here next turn if we put something on top like a strike, for example. Because Hey, Hate Monize. Thanks so much for your sub, man. It's appreciated. So, what is 13? 13, 21, 29, right? So, Headbutt is already 11. Bring it to 29. So, yeah. That is perfect. That is clean. Headbutt, strike on top, and even block is possible. Then next turn we can cleave and kill this guy with cleave, strike, strike. That is possible because we have 2 strength. So this will inflict 13 on everything, bringing this guy to 18. Now 18 is a little bit... It's possible, yeah. Headbutt and strike is killing it, and otherwise we need to play a block. Yeah. So this guy, if we strike it, it doesn't go to 18, it actually goes to 11. And it being on 11, I don't even know. Like if you redraw Headbutt, it's always worse. No, it's not worse. Then we can just kill it with Headbutt. So we hedge a little bit by striking it. It kills? What kills? Headbutt strike kills? What do you mean? Bash is 11 too. Bash is probably 10. How does Bash suddenly develop to 11? Yeah. Let's see. Nee, I think we do exactly what we just talked about. Putting strike on top. And ja, this is 29 und dann so, genau. Yeah, I think that's just the line we take here. Yeah, it was not ideal that we got. I mean, this is very clean. I like it. And dazes do matter less now, so that these shuffle 2 times dazes doesn't matter for us. And look at this, guys. Whoa! 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 Nearly, you thought nearly that we are suffering now a lot. Wrong. That is wrong. We are not. Ah yeah, this is our deck. If we block, we are guaranteed blocked in. But I would rather like to have cleave. So, I mean, okay, if Shragados is on the bottom, we lose 5 life. So in average, I invest 0.8 life for inflicting of 13. Now, if you put the block on top, it basically means it will never harm us next turn. And then we have 2 draws. 2 draws in order to kill the thing. And if we are unlucky, okay, I mean, we would need to be extremely unlucky. I don't know, I mean, 20 unlucky. Like, then better play it like this. Then we have a, yeah, then it's like ultra clean. Yeah. I don't know, I mean, I invested less than 1 life, exactly because of this crap. Look at this crap. Yeah, if this happens, I mean, okay, then better be, oh my god, this was so bad. Okay, at least, okay, I just assume that this question mark was not a question mark, okay? So we lost 20 life. I just assume we lost 20 life in a Joe Worm fight. Okay, so I just assume this question mark gave us gold. It was a World of Goop. It was actually just a World of Goop. I just assumed that we just encountered a World of Goop. That's perfectly fine. Okay, so yeah, and they're exactly the cards I talked about, namely the Sword Boomerang, right? I think I take it. I mean, it's our best, strongest single target damage card, right? So I guess I take it. Yeah. No, I guess I take it. I think usually it's super close, and I think the Inflame puts us over the edge. And also that we didn't find any other single target damage cards, right? So, yeah. It's much better than the Strike being removed. Yeah, I hope so. I hope that the cards we pick are better than the ones we pay gold to remove, you know. It makes sense. Oh! Guys, can we talk about this cleave upgrade for a sec? Because, I don't know. And potion saved. Yeah, this might be the fight where we actually use the potion, by the way. Okay, there's of course an aggressive. What is it? 21 damage. What a pity. If this would be on 41, I would just go in now. I would just go aggressive and then fire potion. Okay. We can 34. I am willing to use a fire potion. Because we are between this fight and this fight. We have a 60% potion drop, we have a 70% potion drop. Therefore probably converting the potion. And then having the potion a potential knob fight. We also receive 2 relics. And a potential upgrade and another relic until this fight. So... yes. Yes, what? Yes, we play Inflame, Cleave, Shrug it off next turn. So it's enough to only play Headbutt, Block. 34. No, that's not enough. It's only 13, right? 43 is quite... this is burning. These are burning cubes. Matter of fact. 34. 34 with the fire potion is like 14. Yeah. Not so good for us. I think we are required to play more than that. I think we are required to play Headbutt. We also want to go into the shuffle earlier, right? So there's that. I think we are also required to play Strike. Yeah, it's just true. It's just true, we are. And then on 28, we can talk about whether we need to also Strike or not. And probably not, because we can probably use a Fire Potion instead. It's a little bit thin. But it's also, if we draw a bash, I would like to bash it, and then we wasted 5 life. I guess if you draw Inflame Strike, I would just play Inflame Strike. If you play Cleave, I would just play Cleave. Yeah, so basically that. I think it's pretty clear. So, yeah, this is a very clear Inflame, because we don't want to see that again. While also empowering all our attacks. Also our AoE here. Yeah. And now we play the block and the fire potion. Yeah. I think the fire potion is also very obvious. Because it saves us not only 10, but it also kills the cubes. Also kills that cube. Okay. So this is pretty clear. This is pretty clear, and this is pretty clear. Nothing to think about here. And good news, the cleave will come again. And that's extremely good news. Well, okay, I mean, we take 10. But, yeah, extremely good news is also that the 1 cube is dead, because otherwise we would have received more dazes, and that would have sucked. And like this, it doesn't suck. Which is better. And yeah, that's basically the fight. Not so bad, I mean... yeah, before the chest, hopefully. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Usually Matryoshka is not so much welcome. We usually do not like to see it that much. But there is one difference, and the difference is when the next relic is basically for free. We also found a potion 60%, that's very fair. Is also a weak potion, which is helpful against Lagavulin and against the Nob. Both. Right. I'm a little bit looking at our life total here. Yeah, with 39 life total, we can take 2 hits from the Nob, but not 3. But we also picked enough attacks to hedge that. We also picked the Sword Boomerang, so that should be fine. Against the Lagavulin, we do have the Inflame. So I doubt that we take much more than 1 circulation. Fire Breathing is a little bit weird, because we just faced the cubes, number 1. And because we also are running around with an upgraded Cleave. And Fire Breathing literally helps 0 against Nob and against Lagavulin. So that kind of sucks. It's also not a good late game card. And if the only purpose is the Slime Boss and we already do have Inflame and Cleave upgraded against Slime Boss, I don't think that we would like to do that necessarily. There is a Rage which somebody wanted to buy in the shop. Well, you know, now we could take that for free. And it's true that the Rage is exactly good in Act 1 specifically, you know, because you do not have enough energy in Act 1 because you only have 3 energy, but you draw 5 cards, right? And your opponents still do not shuffle you garbage into your deck. So Rage indeed is like a 0 energy card which you can combine with stuff. Against Lagavulin is perfect, right? You draw 5 cards, you can usually spend 5 to 6 energy. With Bash and with Shrug It Off you can spend more energy. So you can spend 5 to 6 energy and having a card which costs 0 energy is very effective in this regard. That is true against advanced hallway fights. And is also true against big slimes, like against advanced hallway fights in general. But also against Lagavulin, of course, right? Because the Rage also doesn't suffer from the dexterity penalty. On the other hand, against Nob, it's not so clear, for obvious reasons, right? Rage is his skill, right? But I would say, and against the Slime Boss, it's probably very break-even. So we have this fight where it's probably slightly positive. Then we have these 2 fights, against Lagavulin being very positive, against Nob not so much. But probably better against Lagavulin than it is bad against the Nob. Also, if this is cubes, or if these are cubes, of course, it will help. And it will help a little bit here. Here it's probably break even. And generally speaking, we have 5 blocks and we have 7 attacks. So how can we read Rage? Rage we can probably read 0 energy. Block 4 to 5. Do we have angers? No. 2 energy for the bash. It's very... I don't know. Honestly, it's very close. Eh? The Matryoshka doesn't do anything now. Well, the Matryoshka basically presents you a relic in the next act. I think that's quite huge. If usually it's like a mediocre relic, and if you get it before the chest, you just receive a relic for free. That's pretty acceptable if you ask me. Okay, so... But MJ is personally not fond of Rage until you have Pommel Strike or Trance or something. Yeah, I mean, that makes Rage just better, right? Sure. But life is also not a Wishing Concerto. So we would need to evaluate whether... I mean, it's also against no pick, right? Also it's Rage or no pick. Unless you want this Fire Breathing because you say that we have problems against Slime Boss. I think what's good against the Slime Boss is Inflame, Headbutt, and Cleave. Specifically Cleave will be helpful. I mean, also not amazingly helpful. I mean, it will be helpful. Yeah. But once we are there, we will have a lot of relics. So, I also believe it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Yeah. I mean, not an issue enough to take this Fire Breathing. Let's put it like this. So, there's Rage or nothing. literally. And we were afraid against the Nob, but I'm not even sure, you know. I mean, this is also good against the Nob. Then we can cleave for 11 damage, is mediocre. We can Sword Boomerang. Sword Boomerang is 15 damage after Inflame. And then we can headbutt on the Sword Boomerang again and play for Sword Boomerang again. And we can also weaken, and if we have weakness inflicted, we can also use Shrug It Off if we have spare energy. So I'm not that afraid of the Nob. I think it's okay. And then we can also use the Rage against Nob as well. So, I don't know. You're saying it's not good enough. I think it is, honestly. I think it is. I mean, we are also not removing any longer. Usually if you rage... Yeah, no. I mean, why would it not be good enough? I mean, how could it be not good enough? And the rage against the Nob, you mean? Yeah, even there. We can use it to block 6 in the last turn if we before the kill. So it's not a completely dead card. And against the Lagavulin, it completely shines, yeah? Also against the Lagavulin, it could be that we just like 0 energy 6 block. That's pretty much it, you know, 0 energy 6. It's just extra 6, extra 6, extra 6. Against the cubes also extra. Extra block, extra block. I'm not exactly seeing why it should suck that hard. And we already have some card draw. Maybe I'm talking myself into something here. Weird. I really wonder about this rage. No, I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Yeah, the Art of War we have to take. That's not complete garbage against the Lagavulin. But usually it's garbage against the others. Well. So let's take this. Yeah, the gold, sure. Dreamcatcher. Well, maybe we rest here. And if we rest here, we get 1 Cartridge. Cartridge being probably at 50-60 gold. Now if we do this, key is still better. But maybe, what? Dreamcatcher is pretty sick, right? No, absolutely not. But if we assume that we rest here, we could maybe already make the Dreamcatcher halfway break even. And if we rest at some other point in this game run, what you see a free key, you take a free key. Yeah, but not in Act 1, hopefully. Also if you are not completely owning, I would even take a strawberry. If I'm afraid, I would even take a strawberry in Act 1. Like, what good is it not to know? I think I take the Dreamcatcher. Yeah, exactly what Bad Terrence says, right? The key is super effective against the slime boss. Yeah, you can lock the slime boss to death. I mean, I don't know how people go get the idea to collect keys in Act 1. No, seriously. I mean, if it's not a complete trash relic, you know, I mean, it is a trash relic. Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait a freaking second, guys. Oh, I don't know. Did you just pick this freaking rage? And wait a second. Did we just block 9 for free? Oh, yeah. No, I mean, the thing is for those who no, like this is funny, you know. There were people who did not want to upgrade Cleave. You know what they are? Yeah, dead. What? I should ban everybody who didn't want to upgrade the Cleave. My wife says I should ban all. Okay. So. Das freut mich sehr. So. Ja, mega gut, mega. Ja, mega gut. Ja. Also everybody dead. Und dann, for those who hear Rage, hier. Naja, ich meine, muss man überlegen. Muss man überlegen. Okay. Ja. mentioned 8 to 2. Außer die es nicht sind. Ja, gell? Ja, ja, genau. What Paparato says, you take the key on stuff like Juzu and maybe the boot in Act 1. Not even the boot. Probably disagree with the boot on the Ironclad, because Ironclad has stuff like Sword Boomerang and Pummel Strike. Like, not Pummel Strike, Pummel, right? The multi-attack. It's also reasonable against the Nemesis, so I value the boot around 100, no, between 80 and 100 gold on the Ironclad. And I would probably still take the boot over the key. And then Paparato was also mentioning the Juzu bracelet. Now, I would have taken the key over the Juzu bracelet, but there was one problem with that. Associated. And that problem associated is that we already found the Juzu bracelet beforehand. Okay. Nee, also usually not, yeah. Maybe a strawberry, but only if you're not dying, right? Like if you do have the feeling that you cannot die, then you would also take it over a strawberry. But otherwise you just take the strawberry. Like if you have any risk of dying, you just take the freaking strawberry. So the rage. You understand that this is free 9 block? That this alone is already justifying having picked that rage. This alone. And from now on, anything else is pure bonus. From this moment on, everything else is pure bonus. Every time it's doing at least anything, it's just like extra bonus on top. Icing on the cake. Bam, bam, headbutt. Krang, krang, krang. Random noises, I don't know. Sure. How much gold do I value HP? 15 gold each HP at the beginning. Maybe less, maybe 12 or 13. So the strawberry would be around 90 gold. But if you do not need that HP in Act 1, then you take the key. Okay. Body Slam. Garbage, ne? Wild Strike Trash. Evolve. Evolve is possible because it also plays against Lambos, no? Straight up. Yeah. A little bit sad that we already saw the cubes, but... Oh. Right. It's very good against the Slime Boss. It's very good against the Chosen. It's also over nothing, and it will also play in the late game. Yeah. Easy. It's extremely close because we are still afraid of the... It's extremely close because we are still afraid of the knob, or because we would be afraid that this fight is a knob. I mean, not really afraid. We can even tank 3 hits. We can even tank 3 hits. It's pretty sure that yeah, that is correct. So yeah, we do not really benefit from the force energy, so might as well play Bash Inflame. It's okay. Art of War? Yeah, but all vulnerable, right? And vulnerable is probably just better. Because we just receive a choice, which we otherwise would not necessarily have. Okay. And if we do not receive an opening this turn, we can still just wait one more turn. And then do it from there with the extra energy. Okay. So... defend. Yeah, I'm not really interested. Right. So. Okay, Rage on top is a very good card. So probably correct is... Yeah. Headbutt on Bash, Shrugget of Bash is one option, but better is Shrugget of Headbutt on Rage, Cleave Sword Boomerang, and then take it from there. Pretty certain that this is the correct line, because we also want to draw the Rage into the next turn, because the Lagavulin can attack. And here you also see how good Rage actually is, if we think that's even correct to put it on top here, right? then you already see the potency of the rage. I mean, it's not a secret that it's good against the Lagavulin. But I just want to point out how good it actually is. Like, really good. Okay. So, 23 damage here. To bring it to 60. If you play this for max block. We could also play Bash, Sword Boomerang. What about Weak Potion? Yeah, Weak Potion for 10 is an option. We would need to evaluate that. Bash, Sword Boomerang is probably better. Yeah, is this pretty clear? Yeah, I mean, I guess, right? I guess. Okay. So, the Weak Potion saves us exactly 10 life. That's it. Not more, not less. Exactly 10. Against the Knob, it is more. Against the Knob it would be more, against the cubes it would be less. So I could see a Weak Potion infliction. Yeah. I mean, Weak Potion for 10 is probably reasonable. It can be more against Knob and against the Slime Boss. Yeah, but my problem is that if you find a second potion, and we go here and this is not Knob, but it's cubes, then we are crying, right? Because then we overlay maybe a potion, then it's super sad. This ends up being another fight where we might find a potion. And the next thing is, I mean, against the Knob and being afraid of the Knob, I don't even know whether the Knob will hit us 3 times. What makes you believe that the Knob might very often the Knob might not hit us 3 times? We might want to rest. Yeah, so what? I mean, I don't see that argument. I mean, resting or not, I mean, you need to calculate whether the potion is good or not, right? Like, is more than 10 or less than 10. Okay. So, here we could play triple block. And then we have 21 damage, 29 damage, 23 left. Okay, but we also get Art of War. Do we benefit from Art of War? Maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay to play Art of War, yeah. Art of War! Whoa, what a... Oh, don't hurt me, don't hurt me. Shovel. So you're saying we are resting. I just heard you wanted to rest at the rest side. Because I'm thinking, maybe not. More garbage. Yeah, the shovel is not exactly ideal if you actually wanted to rest. That being said, I didn't really want to rest. So, I mean, it makes things easier, you know. The upgrade is probably worth around 100 gold in our case. Aroundish. Now, the rest is probably 22 life, which in our case is probably rather worth 80 gold, plus 50 from the card is probably all around 120, 130. So it would have probably been slightly better to rest than upgrade, but upgrading would have also helped the fight directly. So it would have also depleted ourselves the option to rest here, right, with the Dreamcatcher. So also around 100. And now we can actually dig for around 180, right? So that's fine. Yeah. What we can happily take Fusion Hammer and stuff. I usually take very happily Fusion Hammer, whether it's with the shovel or without. But yes, sure. I mean, with a shovel, that's certainly more appealing. I mean, I also like to visit fires and receive relics. I like relics. Truth to be told, I know it's hard, right? It's surprising, but I like myself the relics. So the Sever Soul is complete trash, right? Can you confirm? It's pretty bad, or? We will never upgrade it. I once forget about the key thanks to the shovel. Yeah, but that's really, really long time ago. Okay. So... Rampage. No, we are not using Rampage here. Rampage Headbutt, ja, Wahnsinn, yeah, it's bad. It's evolve or nothing? No, it's certainly not the second evolve. Yeah, okay, I mean, you said it's evolve or nothing, yeah, okay. That's interesting. What? Buffalo says the internet does not forget? Does not forget what? I didn't follow. Oh, Sever Soul is really weird with Evolve in the deck. Are we afraid to die against Nob? Sundon says, wow, these relics are doing nothing in the fights. Yeah, just wait for the next relic. But it's true, this is doing nothing currently, 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 this is doing nothing currently. Okay, against Nob we die if he takes 3. After non-taken key 1 year ago? No, it was probably 1 year and 2 months ago. Yeah, I remember. That was one of my earliest, like that was probably my earliest Ironclad performance. Yeah, that sucked. Yeah, that's true. Never happened again. I mean, I see a Snecko Oil, right? So if we completely brick our hand, we can just play Snecko Oil and receive some attacks. Cleave should help. Inflame should help if you draw it earlier. Yeah, like, what can I say? I mean, it's not... and we receive another relic. I mean, it's not like this. I was just wondering, Sever Soul Snecko Oil is kind of a combo. Because there's a 2 in the top left corner. And if a 2 is in the top left corner, that is good for the Snecko Oil because it randomizes the cost. Yeah, okay, I don't need to explain that. Now, one thing about the fight with the Snecko Oil against the Nob is the following. We can use the Snecko Oil and then we will have a lot of blocks in our hand. Now, these blocks we definitely certainly do not want to redraw again. Now, here's the catcher, here's the good thing, right? So, 10 cards being drawn, second turn we draw our entire deck and then we redraw. We redraw in turn 3 the deck, okay? So it's actually very beneficial if this garbage is exhausted. It's actually very beneficial. Because then turn 3, we might already kill the Nob. But even if you do not kill the Nob, it's just important to kill him by turn 4. And not redrawing the blocks would be amazingly strong against the Nob. One additional point is that we do not receive upgrades. Usually, we will do upgrades in our deck. Now, if we do allocate upgrades into our deck, that basically means that specific cards in our deck will be stronger, and new cards we add will be weaker, okay? So, but if we suddenly decide to stop our upgrade behavior, and that is certainly true with the freaking shovel, I won't upgrade stuff except for question marks, yeah? So I won't upgrade any longer. Now, what happens if we don't upgrade any longer? Exactly. The deck quality will be very low in average. Because we do not allocate any upgrades. And if the deck quality is tendencially lower, or tendency on the lower side, a card like Sever Soul will also become better. Because we pick it non-upgraded now. This will increase the Nob fight tremendously, like the power of the Nob fight. Because it's an attack card, which costs energy, and it exhausts our garbage crap. And honestly, I do not even mind it too hard or too much if it exhausts our defense later because we already picked Rage. Now just imagine that. We have a normal fight, we play Sever Soul, we exhaust some blocks, and then we redraw Rage, and then we can just go from there. So, I don't know. It's I have the feeling I'm talking myself into this here, but I also don't want to take 4 hits from the knob, you know. Honestly, I don't even want to take 3 hits because I mean 3 hits we die. I mean 2 hits, but I don't want to have the option like if you do not kill knob by turn 4 we die, right? And if you do not kill knob by turn 3, well, we still get into a position where we are suddenly forced to not dig, right? And I don't want that. Hey, usually delusional. Usually delusional. Thanks very much for your sub, man. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't help that much against the knob, by the way. It's cubes. Actually, I could have already assumed that it's cubes, given our history of this run. Browser scales are actually good against these, or at least reasonable. The cubes love me today. Yeah, we've... Oh, did I already talk about the cleave upgrade? Did I already talk about the cleave upgrade today? Okay. Also Rage. Rage will also deliver. Okay, my question is Snecko potion or not? Yeah, we need the Snecko potion later, you might argue. Maybe that's true. Maybe the Snecko potion is better later. I was just wondering, you know, that we kill... It's usually very important to kill a cube early. The earlier the better. But I don't want to snack onto rages in the discard. This I don't know. What, the Art of War turn? Guys, is the Art of War clouding your mind or something? I mean, you do not want to tell me that you waved. I mean, it looks extremely fishy, let's put it like this. I mean, okay. Blocking 2 instead of dealing 6 damage is nearly criminal. And now you're saying, okay, and then you whiff the 1 energy so that you can play more stuff next turn. This would be the one thing I could see, right? But, oh, I mean, it looks bad, honestly. It looks bad. I just wonder how bad it actually is. Yeah, I guess it depends on whether we can kill 1 cube otherwise. 29 and apparently we cannot, or what? 29 is difficult. Difficult / impossible. So 2 life and 1 energy versus 5 damage. Yeah, exactly. And life is usually before the cubes is dead. Is life is like damage. So, so 1 energy to inflict 10 damage. Don't really see that happening. I am really curious about the Snecko potion. Yeah. But you do not like using the Snecko this fight. Yeah, why would that be? Use the Snecko as fast as you can, especially if you're in a pinch, especially if you're in a bad situation, and we are in a bad situation. We want to use 2 energy for attacks, and we do not have attacks besides strikes, right? So I'm just curious about the next iteration. It is better next iteration after the shuffle, but it might be weird. Okay, you understand? Like it's so good to kill a cube ASAP. We do not really want to wait until post-shuffle. Waiting until post-shuffle is you know, maybe too late. Post-shuffle, we do not really need it any longer. Yeah, I mean, then it might save us 10 life. But what I'm telling you is that this might save us more than 10 life now, honestly. And if the cost of these cards is actually higher, it's also not that biggest of the issues because there are also dazes. And you're saying also evolve. Yeah, evolve is also a big issue. Evolve makes the rush less. Yeah, but also not infinitely less. You still want to kill one. Yeah. Days aren't really the problem. Yeah, but then it's even more important to kill one quick. Okay, I just use it. Yeah. It's probably just good use. Okay. So yeah, you definitely want to kill one. Like that's a guaranteed. Yeah, absolutely. Now that the cleave costs 3 energy is not as bad as it might look at first glance. Yeah. Cleave on 3 energy is not... I mean, that's not a good snacker roll, right? It's a bad snacker roll. But cleave on 3 energy, it's more important that we kill 1 cube, right? That's the biggest or most important point here. Do we evolve or do we headbutt at 0 cost strike? Yeah, and of course we can also headbutt a 0 cost strike like this. Exactly. If we do that, we could also block as well, right? Okay. So strike 12. Headbutt is already 21. Then we would get 6, as we would need 20, and yeah, strike, and I think I like that, yeah. But passing evolve is so counterintuitive for this fight. Absolutely counterintuitive, for sure. But it's also pretty important to kill one quickly. And what you're saying, Snecko made cleave 3. Yeah, but then, like, if he draw it, we might just play it then. It's maybe important to mention that it also made the defense 3. Which is not ideal. Actually, that's pretty bad. Why am I laughing? I don't know. Stupidity. So, sadness. I don't know, right? But at least we have the 0 cost strikes. Yeah, at least you have the 0 cost strikes. I already see us blocking in for 3 energy and then playing the 0 cost strikes. Okay, so this goes to 20, and with 20 we can work. We can play Rage, Sever, Soul Strike, for example. Inflame, Strike, Bash does not cut it, but at least it kills after the hit, which is not ideal, but you know, it's not the worst. Rage Strike also works, so there is that. Now, if we do not do that, but play the Evolve instead, I mean, you basically automatically take 10 damage straight up. Just because, I don't know why, just because we do. If he kill this next turn with the 0 cost strike, it's pretty cool, you know. Because we probably, if you also combine it with defense or with rage, we probably do not even take damage. And then we still have the thorns, and the thorns deal 3 damage every second turn, you know. And then later we will have, if we draw only cleave, okay, then we just play cleave. If we draw only block, okay, then we just play only block. Strikes, we just push in between. Very often, if we play 3 energy for block, we will have 4 energy the turn after. Now, usually that's completely not important against the cubes. In our case, though, with all these expensive cards in our hand suddenly, it actually makes some sense. And Headbutt will also be able to block us in better. And we also have Shrug It Off, which also speaks not to play Evolve now. No, I actually think we should play it this way. Yeah. We could also put Shrug It Off on top. But I think that does make little to no sense. Keep also in mind that we block 2 damage immediately, right? So that might also be a thing. And last but not least, do also not forget that we increase the cards in our deck, which basically makes us to have more life cards. So more alive cards immediately as well. So Rage is obvious. Defense is obvious because we want to have it. And yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, but I think that's a very, 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 very good outcome, or whatever you call that. I mean, that is great. You know? Oh, talking about the Rage. Did I already mention that this Rage probably already saved us around the magnitude of maybe 25-30 life? 9 against the Blue Slaver, probably against Lagavulin another 6, and probably here another 10, you know? I don't know, that's a lot. So, okay. Block and Boomerang or Inflame, that's interesting. Very interesting. Why is it so interesting? Yeah, because we can choose between a little bit more damage or between 5 less life loss. What Inflame always plays. What do you mean with always plays? What you're saying is if you deal 15 on this, for example, 22, then we can already kill soon. Or what do you mean with always plays? Hey, Disc Buddy, thanks very much for your sub, man. What do you think of Jobs Act 1 Silent Challenge? I do not really follow the Jobs scene that much. What is he up to with the Silent Challenge? What is it? So, it's only 2 extra block, you say? What do you mean 2 extra block? No, it's actually 5 extra block. You play that card, blocks for 5. Hey, Top Crunch, thanks very much for your sub as well. So. Yeah, defend Boomerang is... The question is, okay, Shrug It Off blocks an entire turn. That is the one way or the other. Inflame strength scales so well with Boomerang. Yeah, it does. It does. It's true. Hey, Cupcake, by the way. What's up, man? Hope you're doing well. Okay, so... Topcron saying, following for 7 years, I figured I should sub, lol. Okay, 7 years. Okay, that's back in the Cayman Island days. So you're basically refunding me for the hot tub streams back then. Yeah, okay, now I can see that. That's fair. The question is whether we will suffer more damage later. That's basically the question here. So if you play the Sword Boomerang, what do we expect? We expect that these go to 30 or something. And yeah, I can see us taking more damage. I'm afraid to take more damage. And I can also see that we might prevent ourselves to take the damage if we play Inflame. I think it's okay to play this. What, Art of War plays? No, Art of War doesn't play. I think it's very close. It completely depends on whether we will be able to leverage this or not. Yeah, I mean... So if you deal 18 there... Headbutt cleave. Yeah, there's already a way. There's already a chance that we might already leverage the strength, right? Now we would have killed it regardless, so that's slightly unfortunate. I mean, some could say this is unfortunate. Some could also just say that we leveraged or like that we hedged. I don't know. It's not so easy to say. Yeah, what can I say, right? I mean, oh, oh mein Gott. The fire breathing is really nice with Evolve. Yeah, no. I guess. Yeah. Huh. Fire breathing with Evolve seems like a no-brainer. Guys, is... Oh, ach so! Okay, it's yellow. Wow. Wow. State... No, wait. Is that the same? Oh! Oh! Guys, seriously? I mean, I'm not calling anybody simple-minded here. But only because the same word appears in both cards doesn't mean that they are directly straight-up synergetic with each other. Okay? I mean... I don't need to explain that, right? Okay, so... Honestly now. Okay, what are my concerns? My concern is that I die against the slime boss. The concern is not justified, right? Because, first of all, we can receive another good card in this fight. We can receive a good potion in that fight. And even if all that fails, we can still go here and rest. Receive HP and a card, right? In this fight with the Cleave Plus, we will probably be fine, also with the Rage. Yes, I said it, the Rage. But we might also just heal 6, and with 40, we can actually even tank a full hit. Right? So there is that. Bon. I am also afraid that we die now with a lot of gold, because, you know, this is power for later. This is power for later. This is power for later. So it appears that we found a lot of power for later, but no power immediately. So that's also why I'm a little bit curious, you know. Yeah, putting that aside, I mean, the fire breathing is so crap, like also with the Sever Soul. I mean, what do you want to, like, do you not want to play Sever Soul because you drew slimes? I mean, no. No. And then what Wild Strike? Wild Strike is simply 12 damage. It's just not good, yeah. It's just not good. Heavy Blade, what? Heavy Blade? Says Frodo with the Rage. Now, look, Rage is not synergetic with the Heavy Blade, right? Because the Heavy Blade is expensive. And we don't even have the energy. Nee. Let's clean up with the bad suggestions and focus on the good stuff. Yeah, these are all crap, right? Okay, good. Good stuff. Good talk. Let's continue our walk. Okay. Okay, now this is how it looks if you do not have Rage. But good news. Yeah, just imagine this would be a ray. Huh? Okay, but good news, it only makes a small effect. I keep the Evolve and deal the damage, yeah? Because I think we can probably kill that realistically fast enough. Now, did I not tell you that I wanted to actually preserve some life in this fight? Forget about that. We don't. Oh. Not happening. Okay. So... Ja. Scheiße. At least we have the dream catcher, yeah. Keep telling that to yourself. I want to freaking shovel. I mean, there is no way that I do not use the shovel, right? I mean, a relic, man. In Playmaster would be worth it. Yeah, shouldn't we just calculate it first before we just assume that it's worth it? But you're saying we don't want to headbutt anything. Okay. Can see that. Finally rage. I was waiting for this moment so long. Yeah. Indeed. Just that now it was not really useful, unfortunately. Damn. Damn. Yeah, garbage, no? I probably shrug it off, no? And then, yeah, Silver Soul, no? Like this. And now we can block in or kill. Power Potion. Power Potion is very potent against the slime boss. I think with the Power Potion I'm pretty certain that we do not need to do anything, right? With the Power Potion, if this is... yeah, that justifies digging, exactly. Because with the Power Potion, if it's Demon Form, we probably solve the slime boss. If it's something like Fire Breathing, same. If it's something like Evolve, we can double down on the Evolve, I don't know. 29, the hit is 38. 38 is not so bad, because if we draw double block, we block in. If we draw rage block, we block in. If you draw shrug it off, we block in if you draw one more block as well. And if you get metallicize, you know, like, okay, then we, if you get brutality, if you get metallicize, you could also just metallicize. I think we can just dig, yeah, exactly. Digging also makes us better, right? It also makes us stronger. Okay, clothesline should be pretty bad against slime. Thunder Blade is possible. Not exactly sure whether it's good though. What do you think? It's weird, right? I mean, it's weird. It's never getting upgraded. Yeah, it never gets upgraded, but then again, the upgrade on it is not that important, right? So... I wonder, why do you think the upgrade... I mean... Boot and Sword Boomerang synergy. What do you mean boot? There's no boot. It's so more flexible when it costs 0. Yeah, klar. Yeah, a lot. And currently we do not have any exhaust synergy. I wouldn't personally not take it, because also with the attacks, we want to draw Inflame, we want to get Evolve, we want to get Rage, and we just thematize it that we want to have double block, right? And if we just pick this, we decrease the option that we have double block as well. Yeah. Which is a little bit sad. So let's not do that, right? Lantern. Okay, that's not so good. Yeah, let's use the Power Potion. The clothesline is too bad. Interesting, you say? Yeah, interesting bad or interesting good? I mean, corruption is certainly not bad in this fight. I'm slightly afraid that we might die. I don't like dying. Okay, but we can also headbutt a block, right? So dying should usually not happen. Because if we get headbutt next turn, we can assure that we can block in. Yeah, so we should usually not die. Yeah. Also with Inflame, right? We also have Inflame, so our attacks are stronger, and Cleave is also dealing more damage. We might even activate him. Evolve actually means that we can always draw enough. I don't think we need the other Evolve as well if we have one Evolve already. You're not sure about Combust or Corruption, you're fearing death by Combust. Okay, here's the thing. If we take the Combust, we would need to activate the slime immediately, basically. Yeah. Combust is certainly a very strong option, don't get me wrong here. Combust wins if we split the slime quickly enough. And I could see it because how much do we deal now? 13. Okay, we deal now 13. And then we deal another... What is usual? Let's just say these... I don't know. Like, let's just say these two, for the sake of argument. 31, 36. So 36 plus 13 is like 49. And then we can play Bash and Boomerang, and then we actually activate him. On 60, but that doesn't matter too much, right? Because if you have the Combust active, then... yeah, then it will be usually quick enough to prevent the worst. I mean, I'm not exactly the biggest fan of just taking a big hit, if that makes sense. So... and the Corruption is not even that effective, right? I'm not even sure whether we should always deploy Evolve. Keep also in mind that we can split much lower if we actually get our hands on the Bash immediately. So, yeah, I can see Combust. Yeah. Keep in mind there would have also been very bad draws. Yeah, here for example we could have not played Sever Soul, right? We could have not played Sever Soul. Yeah, you get the point. Any consideration to not striking the Art of War? No, I don't think so. I think we should definitely strike this. Okay, so I think our draw is exceptionally bad, by the way. Like, not kidding. Are we getting farmed? No, I don't think so. But I think the draw is not ideal, because you see this, right? Do we just die? No, I hope not, guys. What is this? What are you talking about? Well, what's happening here? Okay, so what about Sever Soul, Headbutt, and something on top? Sever Soul on top, for example. Sever Soul 1829, 34, bringing it to 103. And then having Sever Soul next turn. Do we want Sever on top with Inflame active? I don't know. What would you like to have on top? I mean, we need to put something on top. And Sever Soul is 18 damage for 2 energy. So I don't know. I don't exactly know why not, right? I mean, if you draw Evolve, I would like to Sever Soul away the Evolve. I don't think that Evolve is positive in our case, right? Because if you redraw that, that's actually bad. So there are some hands where we would really like to invest all the energy into this. So Salt Boomerang, Cleave, Strike is the biggest damage output. Hey, these hands make me cry, seriously. The hands are really not good. I mean, maybe you figured it out yourself. Ah, my god, hey. I mean, there are no options here, right? I mean, it's yeah, no. I mean, maybe it's not that bad because Cleave is there, so at least they are not attacking us. So I wanted to say, but they are attacking us. But here, whoa, Rage comes to our help. Can you believe that? Yeah, and we are good. Why? Number one, we utilized all potions for a reason. Combust. Combust AoE every turn. Against the slimes, no matter how many there are, every turn AoE. Process scales. Also very powerful. Everything is powerful, you know. Strength, rage, everything is active. Okay, so Bastion Strike deals 27. Yeah, I would probably go for that. We could split this if we want. Can we not? No. So 27, I mean. No, I would just like bam, right? We take 6. We could also do it on this guy, but this guy definitely attacks next turn, and I don't want that. So... Combust damage is splitting? No, it's not splitting. It's 27 with Combust. No. Okay, and this guy definitely attacks us next turn. And this guy only maybe attacks us next turn, right? So... yeah. Like, that's that. Like, what can I say? Right. Bomb combusted. Wait. No way! Hey. Wait, was it bad from me? Oh. Was it? Huh? Did I mistake it? I mean, we can still hit this 3 times and such. Is 2 times enough? 2 times might be enough. Yeah, it is enough. Yeah, this Doom saying. Here, bam. So... Was my line bad? No, seriously, was it bad? Didn't really... Okay, we knew that this will always attack us for lethal. So I think we needed to make sure that we can always split this guy. Alright? And if you draw a block, well, we are frail, so what can I say, right? I mean, if you draw a hand, which is block, even a Salt Boomerang, block, slime, or whatever, like, there are certainly hands where it's really difficult to split him if you do not deal the 12 damage immediately. Because we need to draw... something? I don't know. And then if this guy does not exactly attack us for 18, it's same. If it attacks us for 18 and we draw this or this, it also cleans this. So I don't know. Do you think that I misplayed like the last round? My idea was also with the vulnerable, if this guy actually does not attack, you know, then we clean this off, which is, I think, important. I explain very quickly. So this guy, for example, was on 33, right? It would go to a 28. Now, if you draw, for example, I don't know, 1 strike, maybe I should have thought that through. But I do not even see it even after the play happened, honestly. I mean, this guy is 33, 28. And if you draw 1 strike, for example, bringing this from 28 to 16 is not bad, you know. 28, strike, 16, it splits on 16. And then we have Cleave. And Cleave then kills everything, basically, yeah. So that was kind of where I was coming from. So if this guy would have not attacked us, or even maybe attacked us for 12, we could have had more versatility in our attack. I don't know. When is it bad? It's only bad? Yeah, it's only bad if, I mean, if both attack us for 18, we need to proc both anyways, right? So, literally the only way how it could be bad is... Yeah, if we draw Cleave. Yeah, I don't know. What splits anyways? I mean the green slime splits anyways, or what? But the green slimes are more likely to attack. The green slimes are more likely... What? Wait, what? Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm... What? Yeah. No, you're probably right. Nee, you're probably right. I probably didn't think. That's true. Man, I don't know. I mean, nee, the last, like, if the green slime splits anyways, what shutter should what? Rest? Nee. It was not relevant. What do you mean not relevant? Of course it was relevant. What do you mean not relevant? Nee, ist also ich hab's nicht gecheckt einfach. Ich hab einfach ist einfach nicht gecheckt. Nee, also natürlich arresten wir nicht, aber hey, ich spiel so scheiße. Ich hab echt kein, ich meine irgendwie, warum ist denn das so? Warum spiele ich denn so scheiße? Warum ist denn das so? Ich meine, es really goes back to, ich meine, warum ist denn das so? Ja, I mean, ja, klar. Ach, Mann, hey. Mann, oh Mann, hey. Warum ist denn das so? Warum spiele ich denn so scheiße? Ich verstehe es nicht. I don't get it. Why am I playing like this? Warum ist denn das so? Warum spiele ich denn so scheiße? Ich verstehe es einfach nicht. Warum mache ich das denn? Now we just die, oder was? Ja, klar. Warum mache ich das denn? Ich meine... Ja, ich weiß auch nicht. I got caught up in a chat conversation. Nein, I mean... I think I was already a little bit... Ja. I think it boils down to... the usual... did not pay attention and died thing. Yeah, crap. Yeah, I'm not really happy about that. Yeah, I also blitzed that a little bit, of course. I mean... So ein bisschen... That was not ideal, let's say. Yeah, here I don't know. I mean, this is just close. I didn't really... So, I thought we actually need to high roll, but... Oh, wait, what? Okay, I mean... Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, this is how it usually is, right? So, I really striked it again for no reason. That was so sad that I striked it again. I mean, usually it would just look like this, you know. Oh my god. I'm feeling so bad about this. I mean, this is how I don't even know what I was doing, honestly. Like, this is... Ja, it's also not rocket science. Ich verstehe es nicht. Yeah, I mean... I mean, my problem is I'm also already strong enough to expolarize or polarize the win percentage. I mean, that's so sad. That's what makes me so mad, you know? I mean, I know if I take a look at the deck, and then I can evaluate amount of removes. And the amount of removes is already 2. So we are above curve amount of removes. Then we have, this is normal, this is slightly below normal, slightly below normal, slightly below normal, slightly, yeah, it's normal, slightly below normal, normal. So I think the remove makes up for our deck being a little bit less good. So we are very break-even deck-wise. And relic-wise, you usually expect to have 5 bad relics or 5 average bad relics, right? And we collected, so this is 0, 1, let's count these together as 1, 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5 if we count this as the gold, and 5.5 and extra gold. So probably 6 relics. So we are definitely above curve if you take relics and gold. Potions we are slightly below, life-wise we are slightly below, and this card choice is not exactly great. So we are probably very much on average. So average usually means 70% win rate. And I didn't use the 70% because I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I do not... it's so... Yeah, dying with 540 gold is not about dying. I don't mind about dying. I just might dying in a stupid way. So let me see. So the fight, we use the power potion. I'm in line with this. I think we evaluated correctly that aggressive is the better line. So we executed. We also used Combust. Combust is super good pick. We executed the aggressive line. And then we split them. I actually focused the gray slime. I think that was debatable, but probably correct. Debatable, but probably correct. I mean, it's close. It's just freakingly close. I don't know. It could be correct. I mean, it's just freakingly close. I mean, keep also in mind that stuff like focusing the gray slime actually also leads to us being able to do stuff like, you know, attacking the gray slime again and then not dying against multi-attacks from the gray slimes, right? As you could see. And we also knew that our our block game is really bad. So I don't mind that as well. And then we have this where we are dead. And I'm like, okay, but wait, we are not dead if we actually hit the green slime at least one time, right? And which is like 87%. So usually we just do not die there. And attack, and then green slime. And for whatever reason, I don't know, I reduced. I mean, I actually thought we needed for the split. I just executed it way too quickly. I don't know. I mean, it's so... I don't know. I mean, probably it's fine, right? I mean, I didn't play too quickly, generally speaking. It's just so sad. Naja, was heißt sad? Ich meine, das ist halt Standard... ja, ich meine, I'm looping a little bit here. Yeah, I really wonder about the win I mean, I do not need to count... yeah, I don't know. I mean, our win ich verstehe es nicht. I mean, if you do not need it for the split, I would of course focus the gray slime, because then we just ignore the green slimes. And yeah, I mean, basically focus the one down which hits the hardest, which hits first, right? I mean, which we can still kill, I mean. And the gray slimes would be the ones we can actually still kill. So, yeah. Schon sad. Oh. Naja. Yeah. Like Water Sunset is maybe stop counting the win percentage for a while. Yeah. I don't know. I do not enjoy playing Slay Spire without min-maxing. I feel just donking around without really min-maxing is not my cup of tea, I think. It feels a little bit purposeless. It's a clear choker, right? Yeah. No. We could min-max the number of wins per hour. Yeah, sure, certainly. Naja, then we do not have chat interaction, which is kind of sad. It's also not, you know, rocket science. I mean, naja. if you play usually win, okay, I guess, you know, I don't need to play for that. We can already, I mean, this is just like mass grinding, you know. Which I usually very much hate. Yeah, for me, any game I played ever was always about quality. So I also didn't play that many Hearthstone games, nor did I play many Gwent games. But it was always enough because the quality was enough, you know. And if you're talking about amassing games, I mean, that's very simple, right? I mean, if you say we take an average 1 hour 20, 1 hour 10 per run, then we can play 10 runs per day. And let's say our win percentage is at 60%, we can probably take 6 wins per day or something like this in average. Maybe it's only 5 in average, but something in this magnitude. And yeah, so it's not, you know, like rocket science. What would that be? But it's also pretty sad to do it. So let's not do that. 11 energy. Okay. Das fuckt mich schon ziemlich ab hier gerade. Das fuckt me pretty much up. I don't know. Paper frog for way too expensive. Let's buy it anyways. Strike is interesting to be kept if you already have rage, by the way. Could have also kept it. It's something like a dark shackles. Let's buy it. Yeah, give me these potions. Give me these freaking potions. Paper frog vulnerable. Max elites. Always max elites. The 3 cards might have been better, but that's also mega ultra hindsight. Naja, I mean, if this is, yeah. Oh je, Mann. Das war doch mal wieder so ein Müll jetzt hier. And then we probably just sail through again. I am telling you, like, the runs are cursed. I mean, there's always like one. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it also doesn't mean that every misplay always costs the game, but yeah, whatever. What is that? Yeah, the differentiator was 8. That was also a little bit donkey. Yeah. Vulnerable potion is a kill. Yeah, the vulnerable potion is a kill, but what if we just don't want that? Because maybe, just maybe, we would like to have stuff like a vulnerable potion for the important fights, like that one, for example. Okay, so... Oh man, I actually picked the wrong one. It's bad. I see. I also have no dude. The dude. What is it? Got restricted by the thing. Okay. Oh yeah, but we of course do have the green dream catcher, so we are more than chilling. Was slightly suboptimal here. I'm just steaming off a little bit. Eternal feather. Holy moly. This is so good. Now we can literally just farm the rest sites if we do not die beforehand. Seriously. Maybe we should really get some rest. Oh, I see a rest site there. Let's just directly go to... Oh my god, no, really? Oh, seriously? That's 21. 21. Okay. It's not bad, right? Let's do that. And now in-game knowledge would be important. Do you know? Do you know? Okay. So, pretty perfect, right? Yeah, amazing. Yeah, this is like going very smooth. This is going extremely smooth, guys. Mega smooth. Smooth sailing here. I'm not even kidding. It's really chill experience. Yeah. Although it doesn't look like cleave. Yeah, you're very, very strong. Okay. Sure. So, the cleave thing. Yeah, we can actually defend against... This guy will attack for 27, but of course we can block that in. Question is, do we want to play Bash? 21 is kind of a good blocking proposition. $105. We can probably save the block potion or what? Weird. Hey? Hallo mein Schatz. Oh, nicht würgen, nicht würgen. Oh, oh. Wie sieht's denn aus? Nee. Ich hab gerade echt keine Lust. Nee, lass das mal. Nee. Hey? Komm mal einmal und dann wieder ab.
Luke! Nicht ab!
Ja.
Luke! Nicht ab! Luke! Ich bin nicht... Ja! Nicht ab, Luke! Was? Ich bin echt gerade meine Chefin, Alicia, kommt klar. Ja. Weil ich bin ja so viel. Aber... Da forschen die Fischschwäne. Bin schon da. Das war das. Also, ich bin Alicia, wie ihr wisst. Und also dann, meine lieben Watcher. Oh nein, ich bin so gut bepasst. Meine Kollegen Sophia, kommt gleich.
Alicia, was
Okay. Also damit, meine lieben Watcher. Da war Pusche, die 3 Schweden. Bein gekreuzt, Arme so. Das ist Bein so. Und dann, das sind so 4 Socken. Wir kommen morgen wieder.
Ja, genau.
Nein, wir kommen.
Genau, morgen.
Wir kommen, wenn Papa.
Eine sehr gute Idee.
Wir kommen, wenn Papa wieder streamt. Ich meine, wenn wir wieder streamen. Wegräumen. Du kannst wieder wegräumen. Meine lieben Watcher, ich und meine Kollegen Sophie kommen, wenn Papa streamt, ich meine, wenn wir beide streamen, wieder zurück. Ciao, bye bye. mal, Alicia kommt gleich. Verstanden? Mein Chef mal, Alicia kommt gleich. Nicht ins Mikrofon. Doch nicht. Ah, hallo, Alicia.
Hey. Ich werde hier komplett... Sophia, hey, jetzt rein. Ich werde hier komplett terrorisiert, Jungs. I'm getting terrorized. Help. Okay. Okay, but the gremlin leader doesn't know. So... No. Uh-huh. I don't know. Demon form is probably realistic. Oh yeah, fire is better, right? Because we are currently not very healthy. Tiny copter, also interesting. Yeah, Joker demon form is a good idea. Probably right. Yeah, don't come with order and such. So... Okay, why is it that we always... I mean, this... Ich verstehe das nicht. Ich meine, das ist halt immer so voll der Walk in the Park. Ich verstehe das nicht. Egal. Egal jetzt. Okay. Could have used the strength potion. I wonder whether that would have been clever. I mean, maybe I should have used him before. You really found a new potion? Okay. Oh, demon form. Woo-ha. But we already got a demon form, so let's take the barricade then. Oh, actually we... Oh, maybe demon form. Even better. Oh, but the body slam says no. Actually, body slam says it's better like this. Oh, Mann, ey. Warum ist denn das immer... Ich verstehe das nicht. Warum ist denn das dann immer so einfach danach? Kann es doch nicht sein. I mean, hey Alex Denton, thanks so much for the sub, man. I mean, that is not normal that, I mean, it is not normal that at some point, I mean, usually a run is above the curve or below the curve. And if it's below the curve, it's below the curve. I mean, I don't understand it, honestly. I mean, either a run is above the curve or below the curve. And if it's, what do I want to say? If a run so bescheuert. Ja. Schildmagi would have started a new run. Ja, klar. Also, I just do not get that we always die like because of some stupid garbage. I mean, that's literally the 5th time I'm really molding because like it's so fucked up, honestly. I mean, it cannot be. I mean, for those who, I mean, I don't even, you know, that's like my, I mean, you know, that's like my personal thing, right? But it really sucks, like, to lose a run in a specific point. Very, this is unfortunately a zombie run, yeah. Nee, es ist, man, das gibt's noch nicht. Ich bin so close and it's not like, I mean, that is not standard. I mean, usually a run should just die, you know? Like, you're not strong enough. And if you're not strong enough, okay. That the games? No, I wonder whether those are the games, but no, actually not. It's not about a choking point and from there it's like easy sailing. No, that's usually not what happens. It's usually that you are like either you're very much ahead or you're struggling. And Alicia, Sophia, hallo. Könnt ihr mal bitte irgendwie runter ins Spielzimmer gehen? Wir haben irgendwie 800 Quadratmeter, wo ihr sein könnt und irgendwie 100 Quadratmeter, wo es halt nicht geht. So, what is, nee, like usually that's not the case. It's not like a choking point. Usually you're above the curve and then you completely sail everything against the wall, or you're below the curve and then you're struggling and you probably need to take the one or the other risk, but chances that you die after you, also if you die, chances that you would have died at the later stage is usually pretty high. Yeah. But we had 1 Matryoshka and 600 gold in the bank. Yes. Yes, we had in the bank. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. No, we had a good ability to scale in Act 2. It's true. I mean, that's also what happened. And the Joker, of course, helps in that regard. Because it's basically energy for free, if you want to say so. Until we actually get punished in Act 3, at the end of Act 3 plus, with it for the Joker, right? But until then, we actually just get like extra for free. Which is true. Yeah. So it just my point is just that it's not standard. I mean, standard behavior is usually you're above the curve or below the curve, and yeah, if you die at some point because of some garbage, usually chances are that you die soon or very quickly afterwards is actually usually very high. And I don't know, it just fucks me up hard that we always have these choking points and then we lose very, yeah, it's a little bit ironic, I don't know, right? I mean, then, yeah, and then suddenly we get all that stuff, you know? I mean, maybe I should not even, I mean, the best would be to not take a look at it, you know? But, I mean, so, so what is here? A real barricade. You want to take the barricade or what? Really? No, I mean, if you're already in the strength direction, we are in the strength direction and we take demon form? Or why would you like to take the barricade? We should probably just start a new run, sure. I mean, it's not completely useless because seeing how a run plays out is not completely worthless, right? Because it lets us evaluate. It lets us evaluate. It lets us receive a better feeling. Yeah, I don't know. We can probably. I don't know. I mean, I'm wondering about the time as well. Maybe I should just fix myself a coffee, and then, I'm not sure whether I have. Yeah, yeah. I get myself a coffee. Yeah. What time is it? Cool. Yeah, maybe if I could just get myself a little bit... I don't know. I mean, it's weird, right? What? You cannot complete a run with a silent. Okay, I see everybody has their problems. It was a beautiful run, that's all. I mean, in the recent... I get committed to runs and then like it's really sad if they die. Just like this, you know. I mean, just look at this run. It's nice. Is it very nice? Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. It's a nice run here. Here, a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of this. This paired with this is fine. What else? Yeah, a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of this. Not bad. No, these are not so good. Yeah, this is nice. This is nice. This is okay. This is okay. But also a lot of these relics, you know. A lot of these nice relics. And we can dig for more, guys. We can dig for more. So we can also make a random transform. Yeah, let's restart. Like it's wait, I need to suicide. Okay, good. Hey Goofy, thanks very much for your sub, man. It's good, it's quality relics and such. It's a good run. It's a good run. Yeah. What can I say? But yeah. Whew. Yeah. I wonder about what to do about this. I mean, I think usually these mistakes are not getting punished that much, and in the recent time these mistakes just get punished especially, and maybe I should just whatever that, yeah. So yeah, probably. I don't know how to say it different. Hey Clown Basket, thanks so much for the sub, man. It's appreciated. Honestly, yeah. I don't know. User Gold ist... Ja, ich weiß auch nicht. Irgendwas... So ist es halt... like this is not perfect. Still on track for the 2-1. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Okay. Let's take this. What do you say, kind of sick? Do you mean Apple is sick? No. Pretty okay, you say? Okay. Now all I need is a bottle. Yeah, okay. Sure. Sure thing. Hmm. There's Pommel Strike and Anger. Against the Guardian, probably rather Pommel Strike. Pommel Strike also leaves Perforated Strike open. Perforated Strike is not bad with Apple. So I guess it's this over Anger. Get deal 21, bring this to 8. To kill with double strike. Yeah. That's one option. Or I'm still on Tilt. I'm down Tilt mit dem scheiß Slime, Mann. Das gibt es doch nicht. Dieser scheiß Slime. Ich meine, und das ruiniert dann das gesamte Spiel. Warum mache ich denn das? Why am I doing this? I don't know. Und das muss ja auch nicht immer gleich das ganze Spiel kosten. Jedes Mal. Maybe the pressure is also a little bit like I put too much pressure on myself because I'm like, hey, I really need to top the. Usually we play above 2-1 on the Ironclad, but at least 2-1. And I'm like always like, okay, now I fight. It's like the same crap like beforehand. I mean, it's a little bit sad, right? I mean, it's just like so. I don't know what to do about it, honestly. I don't know what to do about it. So weird. I don't know. This gives weak, yeah. So 8 and 8 is weird. Yeah. Yeah, one life is no life. Usual rule of thumb. I don't know, three good cards. Not amazing cards, but 3 good cards. Usually I assume Pommel Strike to be better than Hemo. Yeah. The boss is the Guardian, and Hemo or Pommel Strike is just very close to each other. Pommel Strike enables Perforated Strike as well. Pommel Strike, on the other hand, would be synergetic with Anger. So you like early Anger to smooth the elite fight, or even the elite fights, right? because there are no fires in between. I mean, fire would only be to upgrade Apotheosis. And the upgrade on the Anger is also weaker, so maybe Pommel is just the right call. Question marks to utilize some life before the fight. Yeah. We picked already some attacks, so we can remove Strike. Doubt is definitely not to be picked, unless we are crazy. If I killed one, maybe, but then I gotta not defend against the other. Ja, was gibt's denn?
Was? Pommel Strike. Yeah, I'm also a little bit tilted, so chances that
I'm spewing a little. Yeah, I said it right. Spew. Oh, not spew. Spew and fight. But I might indeed spew a little bit here. Okay. Hopefully not too much. Nein, ich verstehe es auch nicht. Ich meine, ich kann doch nicht jedes Mal irgendwie den Run auf so idiotische Art und Weise schmeißen. Jedes Mal halt. Okay. So we focus this one down first. Lock for 16. This is probably enough with all the dupes. I mean, I also want that these two cards are in the draw. So let's do this. Okay. Ja. Ich spiele schon wieder voll on tilt. Also on tilt. Block 8 is probably, I mean, with the pommel strikes you can usually convert, right? So if you draw, yeah, but one pommel is not even enough, so might as well go for that. Probably. Okay. Okay, wait, we can use this to also the next one is guaranteed block. Is it perfect? No, we could have actually evaluated that we cannot kill this guy. Sure. Yeah, I mean, if I would have thought about it. Right, yeah. We just switch back and forward between the cubes. Pretty stupid. Okay. So there's block. If you would have drawn the block. No. WordPress earn battle trance Fiendfire. Everything is pretty good. How did you end up with Apotheosis and triple pommel strike? This is so weird. Fiendfire is very potent with the pommel strikes. Probably above battle trance, right? Better than battle trance. Yeah, this could be suicidal. Upgrade to randoms, which is probably stupid if you also have Apotheosis. That didn't make too much sense. Okay. Apotheosis block. This is currently not very much. So Apotheosis. And open or not. Pommel strike in the draw, but not these. So probably better to just pommel strike this. Okay. Pommel strike block. What mocks me the most is what's possible if I would actually play, like, not the garbage plays, you know? I don't know. It's so sick that we have such a win rate despite messing it up all the time. I don't understand. I mean, I understand, but... Das macht mich fertig. Das macht mich fertig. What bash and block, you say? Why? Is pommel strike and ball blow? Why would we do that? Bash and block is 100. This is 90 in total. So just incorrect. This is just correct. Oh. Ja. Du Drecksdeck. Schluss Brumpfschrei. Ja, Mann, ey. Diese Scheiße, ey. Pummel strike into keen fire for kill. Okay. Doesn't look like a kill, guys. Holy crap. If I see this Fiendfire, I actually would like to have Battle Trance back, please. Can I have the Battle Trance back, please? Yeah? That would be cool. Attack. Start with an attack and destroy. We don't want that, do we? Yeah, I mean, resting is also a little bit, you know, stupid. I don't know. I mean, it feels a little bit stupid, but whatever. Yeah. Was ist das? Ist das Kill oder was, oder nicht? 10. 28 Series jetzt. Jetzt komm, mach keinen Scheiß. Jetzt komm, echt. Naja. Okay. Shrug it off. Yeah, shrug it off for any of these Fiendfires. Yeah, this is crap because you already have Epo. Remove attack. Spoon is usually bad on the Ironclad. Whereas with Epo is not so good, bad. Naja, it's so right. Rather bad than good, most likely. This is not enough for both. Can't bash and Fiendfire in one turn. Yeah, so you're saying trip is not bad. If you want, we can just buy the trip. I'm currently not exactly in I do care mode, so sure. Let's do it. Oh. Okay, so double frail is not so bad, right? Like, if you already have one frail, do we really care about the second frail? I don't think so. Yeah, that was for the Fiendfire. Not even kidding, right? But it doesn't even matter because this is better. So let's do this instead. Oh, cool. Let's take some heat. 17 ist gerade. Yeah, and there is the trip. I freaking knew it. We are freaking geniuses, guys. Okay. So we take 7 again. That's fine because we are already used to it. Or we use the block potion to prevent 7 in case we find the potion. I don't know, weird. If only we would have had space for the blood potion. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, we could kill this gremlin now. Can we also do that if we play this or not? Is it not possible? Then it's not possible. You know what? Oh. Weird situation. Literally. Maybe just play it safe. Maybe we save the 1 life. Maybe not. Maybe yes. I don't know, honestly. We could Art of War if you do this. I'm too tilted to think. I'll just play this. So like this. If you ever get some powers... Okay, what are we looking at? Also we are looking at Fiendfire. Okay, Fiendfire, sure. Then we are looking at another Fiendfire. Okay, sure. Okay, and we already picked a lot of cards. So that also makes the second Fiendfire also viable. Okay, cool. Great. Then we have Pommel Strike, which is amazing with Fiendfire. We have 2 Pommel Strike, which are amazing with Fiendfire. Now we have 3 Pommel Strikes, which are amazing with Fiendfires. Wow! Bash, upgrade already, cool. Already removed some strikes, cool. Some block, but also shrug it off. Trip for energy and utility. And Apotheosis to upgrade our entire deck. Yeah, not bad. Also potions, a little bit of life, a little bit Birth Concern, which is not doing much currently, but we'll be able to catch up maybe at some point. So, was Feel No Pain? Was mit Feel No Pain? Keine Ahnung. Is it like lethal if you go here? Probably not, right? I don't know. So... Epo... Probably. We have 4 permanent vulnerable anyways. If you want that, I mean. And then Bash, okay, instead I took the Epo. So this makes us vulnerable, but we do not need to make that happen necessarily. We have vulnerable potion, and currently we deal 90 damage. We inflict vulnerable. Okay, definitely shrug it off anyways. Now we definitely have lethal. Okay. Then we also don't need to use any kind of potion, we just Fiendfire again. Cool. Whetstone. It's very important that you get like the upgrades because we don't have something like Apotheosis. Okay, so 24 life, good enough or not? It seems to me that we can deal a lot of damage to the Guardian in the initial phase. So I don't think that we need to rest. I think we would just upgrade Apo. Or Fiendfire. Apotheosis probably being a better upgrade for now. How's it with 24? Are we getting garbaged if I do that? Or is it... it's very likely that we can... I mean, it's extremely likely that we can... yeah. It's extremely... With the vulnerable potion, I don't have like too much sorrow that we don't get there. I mean, in theory. Oh, but then I might have also used the vulnerable potion. Yeah. Okay. So, der 16 ist dann hier. Also, this is 2641, so that would proc. But you could also gamble on finding Fiendfire. I don't know. It's a little bit weird to gamble our livelihood, right? So that's not gamble our livelihood on that. And yeah, it's pretty perfect because I don't know, because we don't die, and not dying is pretty beneficial. Yeah. So the brutality Yeah. Oh, brutality birdface urn. Did you? I completely did not. Yeah. Pretty sick. Wow. Right. Jetzt ist er so dran. Das Viech. Oh, wait. Oh my god. Oh ja. Never mind. Also, I was thinking. Egal, never mind. Das wird schon passen irgendwie so. Okay. Yeah, not that we are getting garbage or something, you know. Not interesting in getting garbage. So anders ist eigentlich, weil das gut. We have 3 cards or what? Interesting. 3 cards good enough? Infinite. Okay. Yeah, we are 1 sundial away from greatness oder was? Juggernaut with the bird-faced urn. So sick. So sick. Velvet Joker or Black Star? Also Joker probably. Probably. No. Joker blocks infinite. Yeah. And do we have one or what? Or what? Is it like you want to? Do we have? Or no? Is this like infinite? Is this a thing or? Maybe you're right. I was thinking our current way of doing things is, well, this. I think Joker without our card draw is legit. Right. Okay, we only have pommes strikes left. Sure. I'm not allowed to pick up the speed potion. But who cares if we can just pick up the Shrug It Off? Easy. Yeah, remove all 5 strikes. But unfortunately we only have 3 left. Let's not do this devilish deal. It looks like a stupid deal at the same time. This is elite farming. Some question mark farming maybe. Is that like a little bit funky if you just farm that burning elite? I don't know exactly. It's weird. The Dagger of Death. Duck of Death. The egg would have been nice. Frozen Eye, if I'm not like, let's take the belt. Okay, so about this burning thing, how is that? With the dagger, we want to upgrade the freaking dagger, right? Oh, but at the same time, what is counter synergy with Fiendfire? What? The Eye or what? The Eye of what? Ist es oder was? Nee, ich weiß nicht. Keine Ahnung, was geht ab? So the Fiendfire, we have a lot of energy. Is the burning? Yeah, komm. Okay, so the dagger would be good. I need really to pay attention to the power alert. I already have the feeling I'm really missing that. So Apotheosis, Shrug It Off, and Lock and Fiendfire. Nee. Fiendfire is so weird in this spot. I don't want to play that. Or is it? 60, 60, or 45 now. That's good enough because I actually want to redraw into the dagger. So there's that. Yeah, straight and simple. Okay. So Shrug at 8. Strike Impervious. Also, Impervious is slight overkill. Yeah. Probably okay. It's better than taking damage for sure. Yeah. I mean, we draw so many cards, everything is upgraded. I think it does make sense to play this different. So what about this dagger? The Reacher dagger. Yes. Was it upgraded? Oh yeah, right. Everything is always upgraded. Not to forget about that. Power alert. Yo, there are many powers. That's actually pretty good. The Combust is paying for itself. Same goes for the Dark Embrace. Dark Embrace Fiendfire. Dark Embrace Fiendfire. Weird. A little bit weird because we usually Fiendfire with 0 energy. I could see the Combust. Not even kidding. If we get 2 life back and we still don't have AoE, right? Combust dagger seems annoying. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, it's true. But then again, our deck will be also very small and then we can probably dagger more often. Yeah. And what we take, Rupture? No, yeah, maybe, yeah, sure. Also Rupture is also of course possible. If we upgrade the dagger, or should we rather upgrade Fiendfire? I mean, I want to upgrade. I want to play dagger if I can, or is it some kind of weird? I don't know. Probably it's weird, right? It's better to upgrade Pommel Strike or Fiendfire. I'm rather in the direction of upgrading Fiendfire. I don't know, it's just a hunch. Yeah, or Brutality actually. Or Brutality is also interesting. Brutality, really. But it's true. Honestly, it's true. Because then we also always start with the bird-faced urn. I could actually really see that. Yeah. No, I can definitely see that. Because of early Apotheosis, I don't think that matters too much. Because Brutality... If the Apo into Brutality is also weird, you know. So, there's that. Okay. So... So what is going on here? Play it this way. It's a little bit annoying. I could use a potion. I could really use a potion because the one, you know, the one. What's that? With the choker, usually the colorless potion is kind of worse. If that makes sense. So, shrug it off to see what's there. Fiendfire is a lot of damage. Is it that much? It's not even that much. We could have considered. This is weird. We could have considered one of these, but I don't even think that would have been a thing. So I just Fiendfire this lot and tried just to smorg it, probably. And smorg probably works out. I mean, depends. How much are we talking here? A lot, right? I mean, not talking a lot. Like 28 plus... also... Okay, if I do this first... Then we're looking at 4 cards, and 4 cards is 60. And it's like 90. And these are attacking us now. I'm looking at 90. Combust, yeah, combust, guys. Here, I mean, we have combust in the freaking deck, man. It's not like that. So maybe we should really go for this combust thing, honestly. Oh, it makes some sense, right? It's a lot of sense, actually. So let's just go for this freaking combust thing. So some combust party. Sure. So this is 11 block and this is 5. And 11 is a bigger number than 5. I'm a freaking genius. Okay, so but it will cost us damage, of course. So I don't know. I really don't know. This saves us 6 life, but we get frail for 1 turn. I don't know whether that matters. Do we care about the fat debuff? Yeah, probably not 6 life carrying, right? Because we are probably having everything under control once we get out of this. At least it looks to me like that. I don't know. I mean, it's not bad after all. I mean, we are talking about the Burning Elite here. I mean, we are currently fighting Burning Elite, which is, you know. This 11. Maybe we should have cared. I don't know. Maybe we should have cared. So, that is weird. I should have played this thing. I'm really a little bit donkey town. And with a little bit, I mean a lot. Or the dagger with the Fiendfire is also not exactly... It's also quite a daunting task. So... let's say... Okay. I mean, if this attacks us next turn, it's bad, right? How bad is it? 60 damage. It's bad and we do not want to die, right? So... I guess we wait. I mean, I don't know. Like this, we kill guaranteed next turn. No bullcrap attached. This is a little bit more. This feel no pain. Is that the thing? What do we even have? So we have a lot of pommel strikes into Fiendfire, and pommel strike into Fiendfire is pretty greatness. And pommel strike into Fiendfire there is super greatness. Mega greatness, you could even say. Our entire deck is upgraded, is greatness. Then we have Combust for AoE, which is great. With Brutality, which is great. Brutality into Fiendfire is also great. And then we have Ritual Dagger to Nurture, which is also great. Or Mummery for this is great block. Then we have Double Chakra, which is also great block. Then we have Words for Energies also. We have Potion Belt for 4, is also amazing. Feel No Pain seems amazing. Yeah, I can take that. It's alright. Yeah. Not nurturing the dagger is extremely sad. Like usually, I have Feel No Pain also with the. Wait, did you just see 3 powers? No way, right? We didn't see 3 powers. What did we see? What was what we saw? Not 3 powers, right? Or what? Nah. Second thing. Very good. I already was wondering, like, kind of in a way like that. It couldn't be that, you know. It's like 2 powers with the bird face down is already pretty sick, right? So there's that. I really need to pay attention that I do not exhaust all our attacks. That could really backfire, and with backfire I mean just like being garbage. Uppercut. Uppercut we already have vulnerable with trip, right? With bash and trip. So I'm not even sure whether uppercut is something power. Yeah. I mean, yeah. The uppercut, you mean, because weakness source, right? Mm-hmm. It's not upgraded. But since we don't care about those things, I guess. I don't know. We don't want fires, right? We want enemies. Okay. We would have played double letter opener. We could have had that letter opener. Oh, it's 7? I have 5 times? Yeah, so perfect. Genau. Bei Q. Dann Epo halt. Kinoframe. Oh. Yeah, take some heat. And then hopefully not again. Combust. Let's try to do that. Yeah, into dagger. Power alert again, right? I even take the non-upgraded powers under these circumstances. There's another feel no pain if you would like to have that. Do we want that? You want Rupture? Rupture. Yeah, or Feel No Pain. Feel No Pain is a power which gives us like 25 block. Rupture is a power we could... Oh, we have Brutality and Combust, right? Oh ja, stimmt, ja, das ist ja huge. Yeah, then it's a no-brainer, guys. If that is the case, guys, then it's a no-brainer. Like, seriously, I'm not shitting you, it's a no-brainer then. Okay, yeah, sure, let's do this. I mean, the snake plant will die until we have the dagger anyways, so there's that. Stop doing this. I have to say the trip really is paying off. Oh my god. What's that? Yeah, we could also be not greedy for once. I don't know. I don't know. Sword Boomerang, also not. I mean, if you already have here strength, right? We have strength a lot, and Sword Boomerang has to be good. What was Reaper? No, we got offered the Reaper. We didn't take it back then. What is that? Yeah, or Fiendfire. Fiendfire with the strength scaling. But maybe if you have one source of attack damage, you know, which is not, which once everything is exhausted. Yeah, let's just take that. Donkey. So, yeah. Yeah, this dagger, I mean, there's always the question, right? Whether... okay, let's play him first. So what's with this dagger? Nah, I mean... We are greedier than that. No, are we greedier than that? Nah. I don't know. Maybe we are not. Maybe we aren't. Waiting for the dagger. Come. Let's give them. So... I mean, we could probably do it, but... I don't know, we could also just not do it. Yeah. Okay. Fire, what? How much is that? 13 each. 65, 65. What is this? Okay. 15 this time. We power ourselves up a lot here. But we also get a lot of dazes. I'm not sure, I did not really take a look. But I'm also thinking we draw a lot of cards. So that was kind of where I'm coming from. That we probably get out of this early enough. Body Slam today upgraded. I know, upgraded doesn't matter too much for us. So maybe... But we also have freaking Impervious and Shrug It Off. Maybe we should just take it, honestly. Yeah, and Feel No Pain and all that. Feel No Pain. Who cares about that, right? So... yeah... The Body Slam is a G-Bait, you say? Ja, could very well be. Also, klar, probably not good enough. What, use 2 oder was? Ist meine Connection schlecht, oder? Kann ich jetzt endlich rausgehen, oder was? Nö, my connection seems to be fine. Nee. Also, was ist jetzt hier? What did I want to do? Picking the Body Slam into late game, yeah. Can it ever be a problem? Choker, by the way. No, I know about Choker, but how bad is... I mean, upgraded Body Slam. Hard to believe that it's not. Yeah, but probably what? It's weird, the Body Slam. If you get 5 energy, it seems like bad. Yeah, and we also have Fiendfire and the other sources. I'm not the biggest believer of it. Not taking Body Slams. Also weird. It's not completely weird. What's going on here? Blood Potion, Cultist Potion. Could use Cultist, but I mean it's a fast fight, so probably not Cultist. Doesn't really make sense. We also have a lot of different options. So what about Inflame? We also have a lot of sustain, like countless amount of sustain. So this is 39. We can use a Pommel Strike before, and I could have also used Pommel Strike first. Yeah, so 16, sure. I'm still waiting for the one day where I actually get the apotheosis on this thing. I mean, okay. Okay, there it would be. Okay, actually did not exactly. We'll probably played it a little bit different. 28. Yeah, we need to play it this way, then we get actually the dagger soon. feel no pain. Shrug it off. Fiend fire. It's full block if we want it. We can kill or we can attack the Taskmaster. I don't know. Both are fine. Like, this makes the dagger more difficult, but then again this also reduces the risk of ruin. So I'm thinking, okay, let's reduce risk of ruin, I guess. Magic, holy crap. Do we have a power somewhere in there? This is so sick. So yeah, what was with the impervious? Oh yeah. So who's the boss? This automaton. So upgrade on something, and if you do not always want to wait for the dagger, we could also upgrade the dagger. I don't know. Yeah, this it increases the bird phase to earn. So there's that. Yeah, it's just exactly this. So we get a lot of healing through that. The dagger. I think I can wait with the dagger. I don't know. We will see. Okay. So rupture needs to come down. That's obvious. Okay. So there are different ways to do that. I wonder how much the uppercut is useful. Hey, Panico Loco, thanks very much for your sub. Yeah, so this into this seems the natural line. We get some block from the feel no pain thing. We could. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's just the natural line, and then because we need to get rid of this crap. And then we see. Hey, Q Deefy, thanks very much for the sub. And the hype train is coming. Ooh, a freaking hype train. Okay, so combust is obvious. Inflame is also. Yeah. So this is Fiend Fire eating. Oh. What the Magic Flower is snipped on the bites? Nee, that's schon okay. We have Magic Flower with a lot of powers. How many powers? 5 out of us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which basically effectively reads that the Magic Flower heals +5, +8 per fight. We just received better than a Burning Blood. Yeah, which is of course huge. What we use a Demon Form in this fight? Yeah, that's definitely also pretty cool. And this is 14, this is 24. So probably use the 24. Hey Hanks, thank you very much for your sub, man. It's also very much appreciated. So yeah, there's Impervious. Where's Apple? Did I not play Apple? Was? Wo ist die Apple? Was? Wo sind die hin? Achso, ah ja, der Scheiß hat die gefressen. Ach, der Scheiß hat die gefressen. Genau. Ja, Wahnsinn, okay. Okay, now I'm super pissed. This dude is like, it ate our apotheosis. Did you realize? I'm super mad now at this guy. He cannot just eat the freaking apotheosis, can he? I mean, he can, obviously, but like, kind of bad mannered. I feel. Okay, we can deal 5 damage AoE if you want that. Sounds like it's 10 or what? I don't know. I guess. Hey, Yokai! Thanks very much for your sub as well. Yokai! Okay. So. Wait, Hyper Beam is closing in soon or what? Okay. We do not like that. Right. But we also do already have 4 strengths. And there is a Fiendfire sitting there. But a Fiendfire minus. What do we do? Do we attack this for the Apotheosis into this and then Fiendfire? No, I cannot do that. Cannot do that. Wait. I'm also in the super spear mode all the time here. Wait, this Fiendfire didn't even get upgraded. Holy moly. 500, okay, 100. Oh. Oh, it already adds the damage here, but not on the dagger. This is weird, right? Eh? Why is that? This is so confusing. It doesn't add the dagger here, but it adds the damage here, or what? I'm so confused. We get the vulnerable next turn. Yeah, if you bash now, but only if you bash now, which is a little bit sad. I was calculating with that, but it's only 60 plus 75 or what? 135 for 3 energy or what? I killed this for the Epo. I could have also boomerang to kill this and this. Boomerang to kill this and this. Yeah, if I boomerang, I kill this and I kill this. You see that? I mean, this and then 2 more hits. Yeah, maybe not, but it doesn't matter. What do we do? Yeah, so we can either this for 100 damage. What we can block with Fiendfire? No, we cannot block the damage with the Fiendfire. It's not enough. We draw 6 cards. And what is that? This Fiendfire? So that's if you do that, is that lethal? It's like 180, 190. Trip, Pommel Strike, Dagger and lethal or something? Can that be? Probably lethal, I don't know. Yes. I don't know. I guess if not, I'm crying inside. But yeah, I mean, what can we do, right? So, yeah, let's do it. Okay, so so this is 55 and this is then lethal. I guess, unless it's not, which probably is not. What? The frog? What do you mean frog? Was? Nee, was? We don't trip? Nee, we don't trip. Nee. So ist das jetzt lethal oder nicht? Also wahrscheinlich schon, oder? 3, 6, 7, 8 multiplied 21. 168. Ah. Ah ja, 168 plus 7. Ja, perfekt. Ne? Genau. Genau. So, okay. So, we have Brutality, Limit Break and Barricade. Yeah, that was easy. Wait, what did I upgrade? Did I upgrade some garbage? What did I upgrade? No, wait. Did I upgrade the freaking dagger? Am I stupid or what? I should have upgraded either uppercut or something meaningful, guys. Why did you not prevent me from upgrading this garbage crap here? The dagger garbage. Even Rupture is so much more important. Okay, the Rupture, guys. The Rupture is a much more important upgrade. No? Okay. So, what do we pick here? Naja, dagger is not completely bad because we can just play it if we draw it and then we upgrade it. So it's not completely bad, but it's not ideal. Barricade or what? Barricade, Fiendfire, Feel No Pain. Yeah, but now we're getting in a direction where we're actually doing everything. Does it not sound like a little bit weird? Really, I mean the barricade. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. So yeah, let's take this. Can we now not upgrade any longer? Okay, that's sadness. But yeah, what can we do? So... Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. Was ist denn das überhaupt hier? 41. Yeah, that's the problem. That's only 41. Yeah, but we are getting it. We are getting it upgraded, guys. No worries. Also was habe ich jetzt? Barricade Garbage, ja. Yeah, at least we are healing so much. I love to heal. It's pretty cool. So, it's a good feeling to heal. And Barricade is probably also right because we have a little bit... it's probably also right because we have a little bit... the dude. Which dude? We have a little bit... the Choker. Yeah. So that's that. Yeah, 5 energy, but we did not really know that we will receive the 5th energy, to be fair. Yeah, so we couldn't see that exactly coming, but I mean, yeah. But yeah, we could anticipate that we might receive 1, and then it's certainly correct, yeah. Perfect strike with all these strikes. 6 strikes is already 20 damage, not so bad. There's also a heavy blade if you are looking for stuff like that. But not upgraded is a little bit weird, and we already have Sword Boomerang. I would not take it. It looks slightly fishy. I don't like it too much. Yeah, you also skip that. Very good. We can duplicate something. Yay! No, seriously. Like the dagger? Yeah, sure. Let's upgrade this freaking dagger, man. Do we have 2 daggers? No, not bad. What? Spewed 1 HP? What do you mean 1 HP? If I spewed 1 HP, how do you explain that we are at full HP now? That doesn't make sense, does it? Okay, so... Where was like... oh yeah! And now you're like, oh, this genius! How did he know that they upgrade dagger? Yeah, guys, in comparison to you, you would have now duplicated a non-upgraded dagger. Okay, so... Just ignore me, please. So, the second wind there, you think that's good? No, that's not good, right? Second wind. Wait, they really deal a lot of damage. Look at this crap, guys. But what they don't know is we can just use this dagger to just kill anything of our choice, really. Like we can choose because we have 2 daggers. Hey, Vinty D, thanks very much for the sub, man. It's appreciated. So, okay, this is also something. Oh, okay, but now okay. Where's the dagger? Wait, now I need to really pay attention. Where's the dagger? Is somewhere there, right? Okay, that's good. So, the dagger. Here it is. Oh, that was close. Boah, that was so close, guys. We don't need a sword boomerang, right? One sword boomerang is enough. Specifically, if it's not upgraded, it just doesn't make any sense. Alright. Let's play combust here. Is that right? I don't know. I only know that we are at full HP again. You see 2 upgrades, then we are seeing exactly the same. So there's one. 7. Okay. It's pretty convenient that these daggers are upgraded, guys, right? It's pretty convenient that these are upgraded. Okay. So, Thunderclap, not interested exactly. Oh, did I not use the duplication on our daggers? Interesting. I could have duplicated some daggers there. Did you see that? Duplication on the daggers. Dual wield was interesting, yeah. Dual wield for 2 energy deal 50 damage, but tendency growing up to 70. So 2 energy for 70 damage instead of 40. But keep in mind that this also instead of 30. But keep also in mind that it's not strength scaling, right? So I was not exactly fond of that idea. Not 100% at least. Do we just smork this? There's a freaking strength potion. Let's use it. Oh, maybe that was stupid. Okay. So... Okay. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. So we can either... Huh. Impervious is certainly not that bad. Just... If you trip this... This 12 damage. So maybe just trip this again. I don't know. What was with the dagger? Yeah, the dagger kills her if we throw the dagger at some point, so we probably just keep it. What we take a little bit, it's fine with the flower. Is it like 27 damage fine? Maybe not. But yeah. So okay, combust. And block. Slight annoyance. Hand upgrade, I knew it. Ha, ha, ha. Okay, cool. Yeah, okay. Yeah, a little bit damage was a little bit more, right? Yeah, but so be it. Oh, I didn't play the power for 3. Shame on me. Ha! Do you know why I didn't take the normal? You know why? Okay. Do you know why I didn't take the normal dual wield? Yeah, because I anticipated that. Okay. What's going on here? Oh, are we dying now? Probably not, right? But I should definitely pay some attention, right? Not that we are just getting completely garbaged and then I'm complaining afterwards that we got completely garbaged. So... Alright. This is 50. Restart with this. This is 60, so it would kill this. Dual wield can be used to create more stuff, so we could also rupture, dual wield rupture, that doesn't matter really, and fiend fire. Alternatively, we could also play defense instead of rupture. Doesn't make too much sense, does it? Yeah. We could use skill to prevent 60. Maybe I should have done that beforehand. Okay, oh yeah, look at this. Aha. Oh. Huh. Sure. Sure thing. Maybe in the future we pay a little bit more attention for the order. Okay. So, not energy, interesting. Alright. Naja, because maybe I would have liked to have this 3, but yeah, whatever. Did I not get the power? Oh, whenever we exhaust. Ooh, the flame is also interesting. It is, right? Oh, but now we are actually. Giant head. Okay. So we have a guaranteed must rest at the end. Man. Just saying. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, let's play that barricade, right? I mean, not playing the barricade seems odd. Somehow. What about these in flames? Feeling a little bit weird about them. Why do I feel weird about the in flames? Don't even know. Aha! Uha! I hope that's lethal. Okay, okay, that's a lot of daggers. Yeah, that's a lot of daggers, guys. Okay, so yeah, another rupture. Yeah, let's take that as well. So I took an inflame, is that right? I'm not exactly sure whether what shouldn't we play the real dagger last? Yeah, no, it doesn't work that way. No, but seriously, I'm now wondering. I mean, us running around with no potion and such. I begin to wonder whether we are not getting over, but whatever. Did I just say something about some? Oh, what is that? Ooh. Okay, interesting. Let's do this. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure about the inflame as the power. I hope we don't face the bird. Oh my god. Right. I mean, I literally just picked all the inflames as well. Not exactly sure whether that's so clever with the inflames. Rather the opposite, probably. What is with this? There's 70. Yeah, komm, machen wir so, ja. Was ist das denn jetzt hier? Ah ja, powers. Did I hear power? I heard somebody saying we are the Power Rangers now. Zack, 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 eh? Wait, Exploder explodes, right? Okay. Cannot prevent that. Okay, a fear potion. Somebody? Oh, what is that? Is it a shrug? I mean, I don't know. What? Okay. Let's take a deep breath and think about what kind of garbage potions we have here. What is this whole crap? Okay. We couldn't play the real Decker exactly. So, what is here? Shrug it off is possible. Ja, wahrscheinlich, oder? Ich meine, we need to bridge a little bit, so shrug it off is probably fine. What, we have triple bash uppercut for vulnerable? Ja. Eben. Eben. Okay. And now we even have the ashes, right? Interesting. We have a gambler's brew. So what am I even looking for? Vocal combustus musts. 73 on the dagger. Okay. The snake that he got us once, she shall not get us again. Oh, that would have exhausted anyways. Ugh. Okay. Okay. So... We like to play a potion there, I don't know. What am I even doing here? Oh, okay, we have a forced rest, right? And... Can we use some potion here? I don't even know what I'm doing. This would have already killed anyways. For the letter opener, you say? Nah, but then I completely garbage because the letter opener kills everything anyways. So, I don't know. I cannot lose the feeling that I somehow misplayed it a little bit. I have no clue what to do here. Yeah. But then again, I also don't want. Oh my god, is that sad? We are getting 30 damage here. We can use this potion to move most of this. Yeah, probably just take the damage. Amas throws yesterday was legendary. Why? What did he do? Or what did he not do? Why was it legendary? Let me find a Twitch clip. No, you don't see that. Like, you cannot link anything here. Nightbot will prevent that. Yeah. Art of War. You really just receive Art of War value? You must be kidding me. He died holding a ghost potion. Now that's funny. Oh, it's 2 ghost potions. Damn. I can feel that might not be in his interest. What? Today he got Omamori and kept it till the heart? Yeah, we also got Omamori and will keep it again until the heart. Sometimes there's only so much you can do, you know. He is not alone there. Was ist das für ein Garbage hier? Das Kompass besser dafür. No pain. Like combust is all that much. I know this is weird. I need to pick the bell. Interesting. Do we have barricade? No. What a pity. If this would have been dagger in the hand, he could have killed. Whatever. Could have gotten a little bit more life with the duplication, but we have to rest anyway, so it doesn't matter. Makes sense. This is worthy adversary, guys. I'm not even kidding. What? Bird might just kill us there. Yeah, no, I don't hope so. I don't hope so. Like, let's try that the bird does not just kill us here. If possible. Feel no pain I was not so completely sold on. That was... yeah, that was not guaranteed. But. Yeah, Fiendfire is for the exhaust, but it's also weird with the Sword Boomerang. We get Captain's Wheel next turn, which is good. I wonder how we want to play this here, honestly. Maybe we should not rely on the Sword Boomerang that much, or what. I mean, we need to get these Ruptures down and stuff. We can probably just dual wield the daggers or something. Where are the daggers? Oh, I already used the daggers. Okay. Sure. So, what? Rupture Barricade? Nah, I think Barricade is difficult to the question is whether Sword Boomerang is important, and I believe Sword Boomerang is important. It's probably the thing which we use to deal damage. So, yeah. So there's this. Oh. Yeah, that is a little bit tough here. So the bird is angry. Very. Ha. Yeah. I'm not even sure whether it's such a good play though. I guess we just play it. We only have powers left. So you would actually play not the Inflames. We need to deal damage. Yeah, maybe the Combust, you mean, yeah. Combust is better because then Ruptures are ticking twice. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. So, Apotheosis. And Rupture gives 4 strength per turn. Obviously, we need to deploy them. This is not even a question. But as much as this is no question, it's also not a question that we do not deploy the Barricade, right? Like, those things are just, like, written in stone. Straight up. Yeah. And now we just hope that the next multi-attack is not happening in the near future. Okay. So currently we are... it's Angry Bird. Angry Bird. It appears that we do have a power deck. Now that's already 44. It's not bad. Okay, let's trip this. I think it's time to begin to think. Okay, I just didn't think. That was not good. Okay, we will see. That's probably reasonably good. Okay, so the question is, can we kill it now, right? That's like around 70 damage, and that's like another 100 damage. So we are probably talking 170 or something, right? Alternate play would be to try to block in, right? So trying to block in. Skeptical, slight skepticism. But no matter what it is, we can definitely play one Tragator first. Yeah. Oh, we actually got Ink Bottle. We actually did a little bit more damage even. We can also always play this Warcry if you don't want to commit ourselves yet. This is currently 64. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 135. 135 plus 64. 199. 199. And this we could basically evoke again. So 263. 263, 268. So, actually, we cannot even Warcry because Joker. A little bit unfortunate that this guy decided to attack this turn. A little bit sad. So let's calculate again, because we also get some ashes as well, right? So if you play Boomerang, it's like 64. That's obvious. Then we play this for 2, 3, 4, 5 multiplied 30. So it's like 150. 150 plus 128. 278. Yeah, so perfect. And then the question is whether we actually need to do it. But I think it's fair. I think we can just do it. Yeah. So this bird goes to 60. And now we can Liquid Memory the Salt Boomerang. And can actually kill it. I think it's worth it because this is probably the most dangerous adversary we will face. Most likely. For us, you know. Like, we seem to have a problem with this bird. Apparently. Okay. So, and I also know why. I also do know why. So what's up? So this is 26, this is 39. So this is 63. And then we can use this for... 273 in total. 273 in total. 473. This is a little bit energy intense. 273 is 273 is 280. So we have 280 here. Interesting. The bird has been extra aggressive this fight. Yes, shame on the bird. Let's do some bird shaming. Yeah, double pommel striking gives us trip. That's absolutely correct. Yeah, but we didn't get trip, so that actually makes it incorrect. Okay, so another pommel strike. And is it already a second? No, this is first opponent. 7. Yeah, trip would have still been enough, but we didn't get it. Yeah, because it's also not there. It's actually in the discard pile. That might explain why we didn't draw, why we didn't draw it. 3, 6, 7. I mean, I could make a Gambler for 7. And then we just replenish the potions in the store, right? Kind of. Okay. Not exactly help, unfortunately. That's crap. No, wait, what? I can just play the Fiendfire. We block with the Fiendfire, guys. Why did I even do that? Stupidity? Yeah, most likely. I'll just do this. -1 game dust, bro. Cool. Okay. Doesn't matter, we just replenish the potions at the shop. Just. Okay. Yeah, I could have taken this 3 life from the inner things, right? But who cares about that? Alright. We get some combust party if you wanted. We could also make a brutality party. Or we could also not make a party whatsoever. I believe in the combust party, I don't know. Do you also believe in the combust party? Maybe that's a little bit excessive. Maybe that's a little bit excessive, I don't know. 21. Interesting. You like to party? You like to party. No, I get where you're coming from. But it might still be not good to play it how we do it. But, you know, we will see. Apotheosis. So what do I want to have on the top? Are we the Wenger boys now? We like to party. We like to party. Yeah, no. I don't know. Weird. Okay. Yeah, I'm flame, 3 strengths, life. It's also pretty amazing what these things do, right? You play it, you gain life, you gain life, you gain this, you gain strength, you gain this and that and this and this and that. It's so cool. You basically say you get everything. That is so cool. Next time we have Anchor, like Captain's Wheel thing. This is also pretty cool. Okay. Oh yeah, the daggers. I mean, I forgot what our deck is actually doing are these daggers, right? Like in theory, at least. Okay. So it seems to me that the Ruptures are insanely potent. For obvious reasons. Because they heal a lot, give us insane amount of strength, and are just like very potent generally speaking. So that's pretty cool. And what is with this dagger for 97? Did you already play Barricade? Unfortunately not. The Barricade could have been really helpful here. So I guess like the... But we still got a potion. Yeah, we are not in too big of trouble. That is certainly correct. Yeah, I mean that looks pretty decent. Everything. Unfortunately, I already played the dagger, did I? Like the other dagger, I mean. So what I'm referring to, I'm referring to that I cannot nourish both daggers, which is probably also just fine. Okay, so yeah, let's just kill this dude. All right. Yeah. I cannot believe that we are spewing like this and still maintaining the 2-1. So weird. Yeah, that's a forced rest. We knew that. And now we get like all the nice potions in the freaking store. Like Human Sail is also something. There's an Entropic Brew. We better buy that thing. Akabeko is kind of sweet. Oh, Akabeko as well. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. I mean, I cannot buy everything. So, no, you're getting me confused. Medikit PogChamp. Medikit. Pog, sorry, did I miss something? We have the freaking Joker, guys. The Medikit is complete trash. It's the biggest garbage. So what about the Akabeko, and then we have Centennial Puzzle. Puzzle is also alright. Maybe Akabeko. I mean, Akabeko doesn't make sense because we usually play Pommel Strikes first. What Akabeko and Gamblers? So you're not interested in the Axiom, yeah? Maybe not. Honestly, the Axiom is completely good because of Fiendfire, Ritual Dagger, and Impervious upgrades. Like, these are the fetches. And it comes down for 0 because we played after a poke. So, But we could also play like Dexterity Potion, maybe a puzzle. Maybe no relic whatsoever and just play this. What about that? Like removing some of these garbage trash here. But you're saying the puzzle is too important, right? I can see that the puzzle is really potent in our case. Really. Yeah, it's too potent. We need to do that. And about this potion mania here. Potions are nice. Potions to dexterity is nice. Was? Assume with a choker. Ja, and then you get 40 block or whatever, I don't know. Or 150 damage oder was weiß ich denn? Was ist denn das für eine, also, Timidness? What is this for a timid? Was ist die? Ja, okay, komm, ich kaufe jetzt das einfach. Das tiltet mich zu hart hier, das Geschwätz. Also, ja, nee, das ist ja voll der ja, da müssen wir aufpassen. Aufpassen müssen wir da. Ja, aber ganz hart. Ja, okay. Was? Dual Rupture, is that a thing? It's probably possible. It's a little bit weird, but not completely out of the question. Because we also have the brutality thing. I mean, okay, we have max HP, but it's probably still okay. Something like this. So what is that? Dagger. Yeah, I prepared. The dagger was there, and we prepared this dagger. We nourished it over eternities. Just for this moment. The dagger lives only for this moment. What's this? 80? How do we get so much strength? Oh, we get 3 strengths per turn now. This is so freaking juicy. How much is that? 60? 70? 80? 80 plus something. Let's try this and see where we get. Not very far, right? So, if you kill this... Okay, wait. So this is 80, and this is another 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, 91. 91 plus 82 is 173. So that's insufficient. 173. What combusts for more strength? Interesting. It doesn't really matter to feed the daggers any longer. No, I was not calculating with feeding the daggers. I was just saying, okay, can we kill this thing or not? And if we cannot kill this thing, we will probably take some damage. And what Akabeko could have killed? No, Akabeko would have not killed because we already played an attack. But yeah, you're saying we would have just played it? No, we would have probably played the dagger first. So no. Did you calculate ashes? Yes. 82 plus 91. Yeah. Sure. I mean, it is what it is. I don't know. Like, if that's the case, that's the case, you know. Oh wait, now I did not even kill this. No. Nah, fair, whatever. Actually, I did. I did not calculate that, but actually I did. Okay, so good stuff. Oh, another rupture. Yeah, that was definitely needed, guys. That was so freaking needed. Okay, so what's our life total? 45. Interesting. Okay, we need to get some powers. Ugh. So how many powers do we have? Whatever. Let's just kill this thing. Okay, so oh, another rupture. This is so interesting. So what are we looking at? Dexterity potion. Yeah, let's get this. Let's get this going. Then I would like to play this to draw 3 cards. I have this thing which draws 3 cards, right? Yeah, there we go. Hey, there's some barricade. Oh, this is so freaking juicy, guys. Let's play that barricade then. Okay. No, but on a serious note, just playing all the powers and don't care about anything else, right? Maybe playing a block beforehand, and that's about it, right? Oh, now we can actually not play all the powers. But barricade is important, right? It's also not hyper important, but rupture or combust? Air breathing oder was? Oder Brutality? Another Brutality oder was? Come on. Okay, all the powers in the world. We are those so powerful. Did you get that powerful? Okay. Ja, Mann, ja, Mann. Wir gehen so freaking steil. Wir gehen so mega ab. Okay, wait. That was just stupid, right? Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Should have played this first. Alright. So... I'm playing. Ha, ha, ha. What about this Fiendfire there? Is it... No. Not very... Yeah. 44. We do have Apotheosis in the deck, right? It is in the deck. I did not fantasize and just like thought it is in the deck. It literally is in the deck, right? Huh. Okay, vulnerable infliction is probably more important than dagger. Maybe not. Maybe not. Because we will have... maybe I should have also used some elixir. Damage is not the issue here. No, damage here is not... No. Actually, I mean, what means damage is not... Nothing is the issue here. I mean, we are completely clowning the Spire. This is not... yeah. We are completely clowning the Spire. Should have I used the elixir now? Yeah, probably right. Yeah, I should definitely use the elixir at some point. Maybe I already missed the point. Okay. So... Good. 73. So we need to survive 2 more attacks. And then we are good to go. Okay. Yeah, the combats which we never played, but yeah, whatever. Right. So... Ja, geil. Richtig scheiße gespielt. Richtig hurenschlecht gespielt, Mann. Richtig mega mies und trotzdem gewonnen. Trotzdem gewonnen. Okay, ja, scheiße. We actually won. Okay. Good. Back to 2-1. That is so freaking cool, guys. Woo. No matter what we do, we are always 2-1. Okay. So. Who's online? Is Mars online? No. Laser Belch. Hello. Guys, I see you, I mean, I don't know, do I see you tomorrow? Maybe not, because, the thing is that, I get vaccinated, so maybe, who knows, maybe I will fall ill. But yeah, we will see.